you under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, education, and research. Fair use is permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Smash that like button. Let's go. All right. What's up? What's up? What's up? It is your favorite breast cancer survivor, Survivor Speaks, back with another live stream. Hold on a minute. Let me get the music on. Don't be telling me I'm elevated music today. All right. So, two young lives, right? Two harrowing stories and unsettling echoes that can't be ignored. What happens when two cases, separated by time and space, share chilling similarities that demand deeper investigation? Welcome, everyone. And today we're continuing the parallels between two heartbreaking stories, Iyana Sawyer and Nazira Harris. These cases are more than just headlines. They're windows into systemic patterns, unanswered questions, and the search for justice. So, what do these cases tell us? Not just about their victims, but about the world we live in. Stick with us because this is a conversation that we all need to have. So we are discussing the case of Iyana Sawyer while keeping in mind its eerie similarities to the Ziyah Harris case. If you hear me referencing the Harris case, it's because our focus extends to both. So I want to pay close attention to the parallels between these two young ladies and the tragic way their lives were taken by monsters who stole their innocence and discarded them as if they meant nothing. But before we start the show, I'm going to give some shout outs to see who is in the house already. And I thank you for being here, but I would like to say is today they are acknowledging Martin Luther King Jr. Day. It is not his actual birthday. His actual birthday already passed. But this is today. It is a historic day. I'm going to just mention MLK Jr. Great job, sir. We're still celebrating you and all the changes that you made when you were here on Earth. And you also were unalive for standing in your truth, fighting for us. And it's ironic how today is the day that they're celebrating you while we're celebrating someone else as well. But great job, sir. Great job, sir. We still think about you. We love you. We'll never forget you. And salute and hats off to you and your family. I pray that the King family that is still here on earth, that they're having a good day today. Buckle up for 2025. We're going to need it. All right. So now that I got that important shout out the way, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Let's see who we got in the house. We got Chad Diggy in the house. What's up? What's up? Grateful for all you do for the channel and for me. You're the GOAT. FFS. Good morning, FFS. Good morning, FFS is in the building. FFS, remember our little, I don't never have to use it, but KIO, remember that. If I have to say that, FFS knows what that means. Good morning. Wipe your feet. I'm cracking up because I know where that's coming from, where I'm going. It's funny. Laugh, 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 my girl. Laugh. Always have fun. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for lifting my spirits every day. Each one of my mods mean something different to me. Um, and so they all do what they do. Child Diggy handles the business. She's gonna get right to it. She's gonna be professional. Dropping them links and just like handling the chat. FFS is gonna if you right on up out of here if you get disrespectful. And Laugh always is gonna always tell you when the likes is not liking. And she does it in her way. Emily Stokes. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for coming. Jason Hodges. Good morning to you, or it's good afternoon, Jason. Thank you for telling me that it's the afternoon. I have been so busy. Days are running into nights, nights are running into days, and I'm still not done doing what I need to do. They got your girl reporting for jury duty tomorrow. As much as I love the law, and as much as I report on true crime, and as passionate I am about, the unalive and unjustly of people. I don't want to go to trial. I don't want to be a juror. I like being a juror right from here. I enjoy it with you guys. So Jason Hodges, welcome in. Tech Clouds. My Tech Clouds is always here supporting me. Shout out to you. She is one of my newest mods. Love you dearly, girl. And she was brought on. I was thinking about it, but since, the team requested, I said, okay. There you go. So, Tag Clouds, always love you for all you do and giving back to the show. Thank you so much. JT is like my little, she is just dropping little stuff. Like a little detective. She be all over the stuff. Good morning, Jay. Good afternoon, JT. I'm sorry about that. All right. And for anybody that's watching over on the Twitters and the Facebook, thank you. Thank you for being here. Now we're going to get right into this case. I don't think that we're going to finish day 2 today because it's a long one. It's up to you how long we stay here. And you know what I'm saying? So if you are a member, please take advantage of the channel emoji. God daggone it. I knew I didn't do something. I didn't make Iyana Sawyer a emoji just yet, but I will. Just didn't get to it yet. So I know that Jason Hodges and some other people was dropping the Ziyah emoji, and that's fine. Let me write that down. I have so much to do, chill. I gotta let me write it down so to be right here in my face. Okay, so I need to make Iyana an emoji. I don't know if I want to add the monsters. I don't know if I want to make emojis for them. I don't like them. So hit that like button for your girl. Just to make sure that we get the video out in the algorithm for the free 99, and I appreciate you. If you want to donate to the show, that is totally voluntary and not a mandatory thing, but we appreciate each and every thing that we receive here on the channel, so we can put back into the channel and upgrade the show a little bit. So but if not, you can just hit the like button for free. It's not if you're in the bushes, I can't. If you hit the like button, it doesn't tell me that, oh, you hit the like button. It's not like Instagram or Facebook. YouTube doesn't have it. Just says that you like the video, so just like it. But if somebody throws some memberships out here out here, or if I throw some memberships out here and you have been in the bushes, and you have been in the bushes for a while, and interacting from the bushes with saying nothing, not hitting the like, not doing any of that, the memberships will draw you out of the bushes because they would drop one on you. And then that's how I know people that have been here just not saying anything. Yeah, we have some pretty big channels, a couple big channels. Got memberships. I'm like, oh wow, you was over here. You just didn't say nothing. How about that? Hold on, y'all, 1 second. I don't know why I keep doing this. My hands is dry. I gotta get some lotion because it's bothering me. hold on now. Hold on. Just hold on. Hold on now, y'all. Hold on. All right, there we go. Check out the check that out. Yes, I put it right there in your face. That this is one of my merch shirts, and all of the graphics that you see on my channel, on my merch, these are all photos of me. I turned them into animation. I took a portion of my modeling portfolio and turned it into animation. So anything you see, any graphics, my outro, everything, that is pictures of me that was in my modeling portfolio, and I just changed them just a little bit and for animation. So this is available on the merch shop, and I'm wearing purple because Roxy Rocks is asking us to wear purple. Y'all listen, let me say this before I bring on the video. So Ziyah Harris, as you see the video I shared, in Ziyah Harris' brother is speaking out and crashing out at the same time, right? And we're going to give him that, regardless as to what's going on. That is his sister. I'm not going to say was. That is his sister. But he's crashing out. He's upset because Roxy Rocks is out here talking her ish and putting a reel out there about the family. He wants everybody to focus on him because he wants to tell the story that he wants to tell. Somebody done got to him. He gonna make a coin. Of course he is. And I get it. But I do support Roxy Rocks for all that she's doing, all that she has done, and the support that she's lending to the victims in this case. And my hat still, and my heart goes out to Ziyah's older brother. 7. Let me make sure I say this man, this YouTuber's name right, because you know somebody came for my neck. Disclaimer: I'm a breast cancer survivor. I don't like to put everything on it, but sometimes, like, I'm thinking something, and yeah, it's just like a cloud. Poof. So shout out to 7 Mile Radio. It's 7. No, maybe I said 9 the other day. It's 7 Mile Radio. He got Ziyah's brother a job. And I'm hoping that he can continue to mentor him and, you know, steer him on the right path. I hope that he continues to mentor him and make sure that no one takes advantage of him, because more than the people that felt her, and I saw somebody mention something that he felt her. He's a child. He's a child, and that's what we're not going to do. I don't know what's going on with this music or why. See, this is why I didn't choose this the other day. This is supposed to be hip hop. A hip hop beat in the back, and it starts like playing like a rainforest. Just stop. So I'm gonna have to switch it. All right, that's why I had that on the other day. Y'all was laughing at me. So anyway, back to what I was saying. I hope that 7 Mile Radio continues to keep him under his wing so nobody takes advantage of him. So, you know, they want to talk to the brother. People want to talk to the brother. He said he was out of town when his sister was unalive. And he's saying that he doesn't know that anything went on. But, however, if you remember during the trial, they did say that the brother did say he knew about this, had been going on for a while with his sister. And I can understand how he feels. People are jumping on his IG live if he goes live and attacking him. And he doesn't want it to be put out here like that. Like he was somebody that was, you know, essayed or something like that. And I get it. He's a young man. Please, if you see, please show him some grace. That's all I'm saying. You know, you see, I didn't put his picture up on the video, and that was done on purpose. Because I just didn't want people like to, you know, he's already catching it just from the sound that I shared. And I do know he's young. He's a child. He was running away. We don't know what he was running away from. He blames the aunt. He said, take the focus off his grandmother and put it on his aunt. Look, Shannon, he said, go to jail. Don't pass go. Go on to jail. But I did see another video too with the interview from the father. The father said, now, we do know that he signed and gave whatever rights away. This is what, I heard from several sources. But from what I saw, the father said that it was really, really shocking the way the grandmother was responding to him. Yeah, he did do X, Y, and Z, but his wife knew about Ziyah after the fact. And that she did actually help in the search for Ziyah. Her biological father also said that the conversations were a little crazy when he was attempting to have conversations with Ziyah's grandmother, and that when he put everything together, it all hit him. You guys are protecting Jarvis. He had to find out about Jarvis a different way. And he started watching. This is what I say, YouTube, we are important. He started watching content on YouTube and was able to put together the full picture and confront the grandmother again. Hey, do you know Jarvis? The grandmother told him no. What? The grandmother told him no. She did not know Jarvis at all. And from there, everything just hit him, he said. So he definitely had to deal with. Wait a minute. Let me run that back also. I don't want to play the interview was up on 7 Mile Radio's channel. He is the one that did a over the phone interview with the biological father prior to his passing. So he also said that he was helping take care of Ziyah. He would bring, clothes to her, money, food, he said that also the house was always clean, and it also seemed to be like a wholesome environment. And it was put to him, and from what he saw, that the grandmother was a very not religious, but she believed in God. He thought his daughter was in good hands. But when this all happened and he went to talk to her, she kept lying to him. Another thing he said was, if the cameras wasn't on, Shannon and her sister wasn't out there looking for Ziyah. That's because she already knew where she was, and I believe she knows where she's at. I believe that she knows where she at. This is something in my spirit, something in my heart. I believe that she knows more than what she is saying, definitely. But I think that's jacked up. That they acted this way, and I'm glad that 7 Mile Radio was in contact with a lot of family members, and to get interviews from this. He has been covering this story since she was missing. He started doing interviews of the family. Then somebody's putting a lie out here saying that they could not find Ziyah's phone because her biological mother, had the phone and was hiding it. Her biological mother bought the phone for her. That's what is the story that should be. Her biological mother bought the phone for her. If you listen to the grandmother on the stand, that may be one truth that she told. She doesn't even like her daughter. They don't speak. They clash. But she said that the daughter bought Ziyah's phone. So, it's people out here trying to steer the narrative away from where it should be kept right now. And please sign the petition. It's on my community wall. All you gotta do is scan the QR code. I'm sure Cha or any other mods that have the link will drop it in the link during this live. But please sign the petition for the free. It's disgusting. Everybody in that house knew. I don't blame any of those children in that home, and I don't blame Naziah's little brother. Like I said, he is a child. And the reason how the way you can see how he contradicts himself and he got mad when somebody asked him that question, it is something to like come out there and ask him, like, were you SA2? He's a young man and he, took that to heart. I get it. But in the beginning of that very same live, he said, when you somebody that's been going through this all your life, and then the words kind of he just started rambling after that, and he went to another topic. So, reading in between the lines, yeah, he's a young kid, male. He doesn't want that to be a thing with him. And I get it. So let's get right on over here. Let me see if we have any. Just Lee, good afternoon. I was saying good morning to Just Lee. I was cheering. Good. Wait, there is a. Hold on now. Hold on. Let me get back up here, because JT, you always slipping something in, JT. Hold on. And it escaped me because I was really, really just looking forward. But hold on, JT has a super chat over here. Did you see the video of Annette cursing during the morning prayer? You know what, JT? Hold on. I saw that. Oh, dog, I gotta find out how to put the daggone things over here, and it's not. So, JT, thank you for the $5 super chat, and that is going to start my goal for today. I'm trying to put it over here on here. So I read it. Did you see I heard about that, but I didn't click on the video. I saw them in the circle holding hands. Yeah, it should be here. What am I missing at? I saw them holding hands, but I did not listen to it. But now that you pointed it out, I'm gonna have to go and listen to it. Oh man, I wanted to put JT's super chat up here, but on the system. Oh, here it is. All right, got it. All right. So JT, thank you for the 5. JT says, did you see the video of Annette cursing during the morning prayer? I didn't see. I saw the video. I did click on it, and but I heard about it. So it's kind of like, you want to teach the kids to pray and cuss at the same time. Way to go, Annette, the grandmother. Way to go. Pray and cuss. Okay. And I be cussing, but listen, I try not to do it during the prayer. Oh shit. I don't do that much cussing now. But yeah, I did. Now you're gonna make me. I'm gonna have to go look for. I'm gonna have to go look at the video now to hear what she is saying during the cussing, during the prayer. Yeah, justly exactly. So we said hi to everyone that is here. Hi to everyone once again watching on Twitter and Facebook. I cannot see your comments over here. I don't have Facebook up. Don't have Twitter open, but there are people that are watching over there as well. So let's get right to the show. JT, thank you for always supporting the show, girl. Thank you. And once again, thank you for being what are we calling JT? JT just be around here secretly dropping stuff, and now JT, you got me checking my cash app because I don't normally check it. I don't. But you got me checking my cash app because I don't want to be late. Somebody's, donating to the show, helping the show progress, and not say thank you, because any little bit helps, any little bit counts. A penny, whatever. It helps us to reinvest it back into the show. There's some things that I'm looking to, get to, enhance what we're doing here, and that greatly helps with that. Thank you, JDT. All right, so let's get right into the video. Like I said, I don't think we're going to finish the whole video during this live because it's pretty long, but this is day 2, and this judge was not playing. He didn't have time. Let's go. Let's get this done. Y'all should have everything together. Yeah, all of the evidence, everything that's coming out, all of the everything should be turned over to the defense from the state, and we're going to continue this and move it right along. I love Judge Anthony Salem. I have added him to my favorite judges because some of them I don't like, some of them I do. Judge Glanville is the super. He's at the top of the hater list, and I don't think he's moving anytime soon. All right, Whitaker, I got Whitaker in the middle. All right, so we're not gonna go over here to YSL, but y'all already know what I'm talking about because y'all own it. Be over there on the Cat Not Williams. All right, so let me put my trigger warning up. This is a little triggering. All right, let me put that back up. All right, so let's get right into it. I'm going to turn this music down because I know somebody the other day you could not hear it. So I mean it disturbed what we trying to hear here. All right, and first up, just to let you guys know, is the security guard from the school. She's going to get on the stand and tell us what happened the day Iyana Sawyer went missing, and what she saw before she left the school, and she didn't know that she left the school, but her and her sister were arguing. Her sister was telling her not to go. She's going to get on the stand and tell that herself. So she's going to be on the stand twice. The sister, the state's going to call her, and then the defense is going to call her back. As you all well know, if you were here yesterday, I do not like the defense attorney, the female defense attorney. She's doing way too much. What's up, Mookie? Thank you for coming and joining us today. Let's go. We're going to get right into this video. I didn't want to miss any of the security getting on the stand, but Judge Anthony Salem, I thought that we had already started. I thought I had it queued on. Maybe okay, yeah, he already announced the security guard coming in. Mr. Salem and Judge Salem, you look real young, but did you lose your hair during this?
Officer Harris, well, good morning,
So just drop a one in the chat just to make sure. Let me know that you guys can hear okay.
Need a glass of water or something, let us know. We'll do our best to accommodate you. And if there's an objection made during the course of your testimony, just pause, let me rule on the objection first, and then you can go and answer your question.
Thank you.
All right, ma'am. With that said, state your main inquiry. You're ready.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. May it please the court. Ma'am, would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Good morning. I'm Officer Olivia Harris.
And what is your occupation?
Let them know,
I'm
Officer
School
Olivia.
Safety Officer for the Duval County School Police.
And how long have you been working in that capacity?
11 years.
So does that mean you're the
Thank
same
you,
capacity
FFS.
in your current duties in 2018?
Yes,
Are you still employed in that manner today?
I am.
Can you give the
Thank you
jury
for the
an
wand,
idea
Joel.
of
Thank you for the
your
wands.
duties as that type of an officer, please?
My duties and responsibilities are the same as if I was a police officer in any agency. So what I do is we just basically make sure that the school stays safe, but we handle all crimes that occur on school property. That's where our jurisdiction lies.
And ma'am, how long have you been working at specifically Terry Parker High School?
11 years.
Right. Are you dressed on campus as you are dressed today?
I am.
Are you
Full uniform.
All right. Are you a sworn law enforcement officer?
I am.
Now, ma'am, directing your attention back to December of 2018, were you employed and working throughout that month at Terry Parker High School?
Yes.
That part.
Was school to be let out at some particular time in the midpoint of December of 2018?
Yes.
It's just a typical holiday break.
It's called winter break.
Yes, ma'am. Now, was there a young lady enrolled at Terry Parker at your school by the name of Iyana Sawyer?
Yes.
And what grade was she in, if you can recall?
10th.
Was there a time period during the middle part of that month, around December 19, 2018, where IS went missing from the school?
Yes.
Did you get contacted shortly thereafter in the following days by members of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Detective Division?
I did.
And what was the purpose of their contact with you?
They wanted to look at surveillance cameras to see if we had any camera footage of the victim leaving the school in an effort to see how she left the school.
Right. Now, do you recall what day of the week you would have met with law enforcement from the sheriff's office?
It was a Saturday.
All right. Following the incident?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall which Saturday, whether it was the very next Saturday or the one following that?
I thought it was the next Saturday, but it could have been a week past the 19th, the Saturday from the week after, which the 22nd or the Saturday thereafter.
All right. During that, what you call winter break, are you off duty with respect to coming into Terry Parker on a daily basis?
I'm off when the teachers and the students go home. I go home also.
Thank you. Do you recall when the sheriff's office made contact with you that school had already let out?
School had let out.
And when they contacted you on that particular Saturday following her disappearance, what did you do?
I was on my way to a wedding that day, and when they called, I was close by my house, and I turned around, went home, changed clothes, changed cars, and met them at the police station downtown, 501 East Bay Street.
All right, and for our record, is that the police memorial building?
Correct.
Right. And do you recall the name of the detective that you met with?
Johnetta Buxton and Tanya Porter.
Are those two missing persons detectives with the sheriff's office?
At that time, yes.
All right, and what was the purpose of going to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office on that particular Saturday?
They wanted me to bring my laptop because we have cameras, and I can look at the cameras from my laptop.
Okay. And did you, in fact, meet with both of those detectives?
I did.
And did you bring your laptop?
I did.
Did you and the other two missing persons detectives make efforts to log on to the security system at Terry Parker High School?
We did.
And what happened as a result of that?
We were not able to do so because in order to access the cameras, you have to be on a school Wi-Fi. So we left the police memorial building and we went to Terry Parker High School.
And was it just the three of you?
Yes,
Did you make it to Terry Parker High School?
we did.
Was it closed?
It was closed.
Did you have access to it nonetheless?
Yes,
Did you bring the sheriff's office into the campus at Terry Parker High School?
I did.
Were you able to log on to the surveillance system at the school?
Yes,
Did you use their Wi-Fi?
yes,
Were you able to successfully show the sheriff's office missing persons detective surveillance video looking back to December 19 of 2018?
yes,
Did you all look at several clips that afternoon?
we did.
All right. Now, when you did this, ma'am, as you're looking through the video, can you explain to the jury sort of the setup, what that looks like?
Repeat that question, please.
Yes, ma'am. When you have the detectives with you, are you all looking on a screen, a laptop? Are you in a room? Explain what that looks like to her.
Okay, we're on because I have monitors in my office and with a regular PC, and I have a larger monitor, so I can also access the cameras from my monitor and my PC because it's all linked to school Wi-Fi.
Are you directing them to various areas of the school on the cameras?
I am.
Are the three of you searching for either IS and or her sister SS?
Yes.
Can you give the jury the first time you would have spotted IS on the camera systems that morning as you are looking through your system?
Okay. For whatever the reason was, they wanted me to concentrate on the cafeteria. And what we did was because the inside of the cafeteria was very well, it was populated very densely. What we did was I have 3 areas of the cafeteria that students can exit. So I was told of an area near the picnic tables. And because of that, I concentrated on the west door of the cafeteria. And I didn't know exactly who I was looking for, but they did. So what they did was when they found two people that they were interested in, that's when we stopped and we started, that was our focus at that point.
All right. And of course, don't tell us anything those two officers said, but they had already interviewed certain witnesses like the sister and other members of her family.
Correct.
Your knowledge.
Correct.
All right. So when you get to the cafeteria area, do your eyes and the detective's eyes spot IS and SS near the cafeteria?
Correct. They were spotted exiting the west door of the cafeteria.
All right. And approximately, the best you can recall, I know it's been a long time, at what time was that morning?
It was about 10:45-ish, 10:50-ish a.m.
Yes, ma'am. Now, was there, from that point forward, were you able to try to track the best you can with that surveillance video where IS and SS went from there?
Well, I only tracked where IS went. They were sitting once they exited the doors of the cafeteria, we have several picnic tables because there's an overflow from the cafeteria. And they came out and sat at a picnic table, and they were engaged in conversation between each other.
Sitting there while you're monitoring the surveillance, were you and the detectives able to determine which one was IS and which one was SS?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury the actions? Well, let me strike that. Could you hear on this video?
No, there's no audible.
Could you describe for the jury what you saw as they left the cafeteria outside between SS and IS?
They sat down, and at first it was somebody sitting at the same table with them, and for whatever the reason was, that person got up and they left. So the two sisters sat there, and SS was talking to her sister, and she was doing like this, just doing like this, and the IS was just like paying attention, listening and looking, and that was all I could observe of that.
Okay, and you made some motions with your hands. I just want to make sure our record gets down what you were describing. With your mouth, can you sort of describe the actions you were just doing with your hands?
Sure. She had one hand, and in the palm she used her other hand, and she was talking to her sister, and she was doing like this, doing like this.
All right. So for our record, are you pounding one hand into the other hand?
Exactly, that's what I'm doing.
Okay. Would you describe SS as appearing to you to be adamant?
Very much.
Okay. Do you know approximately how long SS was doing this toward IS?
The pounding of the hand?
Yes, ma'am.
30 seconds, maybe 40 seconds or so.
Can you tell us approximately how long that conversation was?
About 8 to 10 minutes.
Now, once they left the cafeteria and then once you saw them sitting down outside the cafeteria, what did your eyes see next with respect to where IS went?
She got up and she left the area. She went north from the cafeteria. We have a breezeway. She went north from the cafeteria, which means she would have had to pass by the A hall, A wing downstairs, B wing downstairs, and then I couldn't see her any further from there, from that particular camera.
And again, is this approaching the 11 a.m. hour?
Yes.
All right. Were you able to pick her up on yet another camera after that?
I was.
Can you describe what you saw on the second set of cameras?
I saw on the second set of cameras her exiting a gate on the west end of the school, which our bus ramp is. And she exited the gate. It appears as though she may have been on her phone, and she walked out. She went in a westward position, direction from the school, and she then went north on Townsend Boulevard into an area where I lost contact because we didn't have cameras there.
Okay. Let's first talk about the second set of cameras exiting the school. What would you describe this area to be called?
The bus ramp.
All right. I want you to take a look at your monitor in front of you. It should already be brought up. If not, just touch your screen. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25, already been placed into evidence. Do you see that, ma'am?
I do.
Is this what you're describing as the Terry Parker High School bus loop?
Yes.
And
Why they got it's black? That's not me, y'all. That's the feed.
Yes,
Is this Duval County?
it is.
All right. Now, ma'am, on the far left of this exhibit, is that the breezeway where we're about to see IS walk out?
Yes,
All right.
I don't know if he don't know ain't nothing
I
showing.
have.
Okay. Is this what you were describing when you saw IS on the second set of cameras leaving
Yes.
the school? Okay. Request to publish, Your Honor.
Oh, okay,
Ma'am,
so
it'll now play. Will you just describe for us what we see in this video as it unfolds?
what we see in the video, we don't see the video, sir. I get they must be playing. I don't know what's going on with it, but they should be playing the video of
IS is
Iyana
exiting the gates. She's
leaving
on
the
her
building.
phone and she's walking
Mm-hmm.
toward the west direction, and then I lose.
Right. You lose sight of her after that?
Right, I lose. I don't have any eye contact on her right now, but that's her right there.
Ma'am, I want you to describe what we see, if you could tell from there, in her left hand.
There's like a tote bag. It looks like, it was about yay tall. It appears about this tall.
And for the record, is that approximately 2 feet with your hands that you're showing us?
Yeah, about 2 feet. And then, like I said, she appears to be on her cell phone as she's walking out of the gate.
Ma'am, is this the same IS that you saw talking with SS about 10 minutes prior to this?
Wow, I wonder
Yes.
why they blacked this part out. I mean,
After she leaves on this particular screen, do you pick her up anywhere on the exterior of the school on another camera?
Right at the
oh,
corner
okay,
of,
Mark G, thank
right
you.
at the base of where
I could have swore they
the
showed it
school
during the
stops,
trial,
the
Mark,
school
but
property
thank you.
stops, and it intersects Townsend Boulevard. She gets to Townsend, and there's a sidewalk to her north, and she walks. You can see her getting on the sidewalk, but when she take about 3 steps, there's a lot of brush there, trees there, and actually there's a house next door, and I lose sight because we don't have cameras right there.
Is the last time that your eyes see her, is she walking north on Townsend Boulevard?
Yes.
Do you ever see her again on the school property that day?
No.
I know you searched extensively through video, is that correct?
Correct.
With respect to this video, if you saw them sitting on the bench talking about 10 minutes prior, approximately then, what time was it when she departs Terry Parker High School in this exhibit?
It was approximately, I want to say maybe 10 minutes or so
See?
after, no, when she left her sister, maybe about 5 or 6 minutes, because it doesn't take that long to go from where she was to where she ended up.
All right. If it was 10:50 and took her about 5 or 6 minutes to get to this spot,
Yes.
would it be approximately almost 11 a.m.?
Right.
Ma'am, did you ever see her again?
No, I did not.
Did you ever talk to her ever again?
No,
Did she ever return to school in any way whatsoever after the winter break?
not to my knowledge, no.
Do you have any communication with her whatsoever after this video?
None.
Ma'am, I want to fast forward and show you State's Exhibit 47. It's an item collected by the Sheriff's Office. Jury has not heard about this yet from the landfill. I want to show you State's Exhibit 47. Will you look closely at 2 different barcodes on State's 47 and tell the jury what the barcodes say on this particular book?
Terra Parker High School, number 86.
Does it say that on both barcodes?
It does.
Does it say Terry Parker High School on both of those?
It does.
Thank you, ma'am. Is Terry Parker High School where you're employed and where IS attended school?
Yes.
1
Good morning, Officer Harris.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. I just have a few questions for you. In that video that we see here that's paused, can you tell me where the office to the school, like the main office, is in relation to this video that we're seeing this still shot?
If you go back, like right behind where you see the brick building, south of where she's coming out from, there's a door right on the other side of where that brick building is. The main office is in that building. The building that you're looking at is like the administrative building, and it houses the main office.
Understood. So that office, it would be in, we can actually see where the office is in that far,
Correct.
all the way in the back part of this picture.
Yes.
And so from that office, you'd be able to see this bus loop and the car line pickup area, correct?
Not the parent pickup, but you would see, because we don't let parents come in this area. The school, the automobiles that you see to the right of where she is, those are teachers' parking spaces. And so that's not where our parents come to pick their kids up. This is solely for buses. This area where you can drive through, solely for buses.
Thank you so much. Can you tell me about, well, you told me that this is the bus loop pickup area. Where in relation to this is the parent pickup area?
In the front of the school.
Okay, so nowhere near where the main office area is.
No.
All right. You said that you reviewed several clips looking for IS and SS that day, and I know that some of that information was provided to you by Detective Porter and Detective Buxton, correct?
Correct.
As you all were looking and reviewing those clips, did you ever see a red van?
No.
Did Detective Buxton or Detective Porter ever direct you to noticing a red van?
No.
Did you ever see a red van picking up IS?
No.
On the videos that you just described, at any point in time did you ever see IS get into any sort of vehicle?
No.
I want to ask you about that conversation that you described between SS and IS. You said that SS was adamant, and you described a slapping of your hand into your other hand.
Yes.
Did that seem like an angry type of conversation from your observations?
My observations, what I took from it was that she was telling her something either to do or to not do, and she was adamant about what she was telling her to either do or not to do.
And your observations of IS's reception of that was that she just was listening?
She was listening, but she was not wanting to actually do whatever her sister was telling her to do or not to do.
So sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
It's
off.
okay.
And are you making that observation or that your opinion of what you saw based off of the body language that IS had at that time?
Yes.
Now you said the last area that you could see IS on these videos was walking north on Townsend Boulevard, correct?
Correct.
You lose sight of her because the cameras don't go in that area, correct?
Correct.
As far as the video and where you did, you didn't know IS personally.
I did not.
You had never had any interactions with her or anything like that prior to looking at this video?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And so you identifying her is based off of the information that was provided to you, I believe you said this, from Detective Buxton and Detective Porter, correct?
Correct.
Right, I know you said you could not recall specifically if it was the 22nd or maybe the 29th, but it was a Saturday for sure in that area.
I'm absolutely sure it was a Saturday.
Okay, just because of the things that you had going on
Right.
personally at that time. But you can't recall if it was before Christmas or after Christmas.
No, no, no. It was definitely before Christmas,
Okay, so more likely the 22nd.
but it may have been the 22nd or the 29th, yeah. More likely the 22nd.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Let me ask you about, well, you already confirmed, there's no audio to this whatsoever.
No.
So everything, all the observations you're making is just based off of what you can see body language-wise and gestures and things like that are going on.
Correct.
You have no idea what was actually said or anything along those lines.
No audio.
And you don't know where she was going or anything along those lines.
I do not.
All right, let me ask you about the book that you were shown the item that has the barcode with Terry Parker. Is there a Salvation Army drop box near Terry Parker's high school?
I have no knowledge of that.
You would not know that, or you don't know that?
I don't know.
That book that you were shown with the barcode, do you know where that book came from?
No, it just had Terra Parker High School number 86 on it.
Okay. Other than that, that it had that barcode on it, you have no other information as it relates to that book, where it came from, who had it, or anything like that?
No.
You don't know whose possession it was in last, you just know that it said Terra Parker on the barcode.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Officer, good to see you, ma'am. Have a nice rest of your day.
Thank you.
State may call your next witness. Ma'am, good morning to you. I was about to say they're taking good care of you, and then that happened.
Everything, it's okay. I'm used to it.
Yes, ma'am.
Study, son.
All right, we'll make sure you're comfortable. If you need a glass of water, we'll do our best to accommodate.
Yes, please.
Some water.
Yes, please. Okay, we're
Okay, we'll certainly take care of that for you. And obviously, you're leaning back. I understand why. Make sure. Are you comfortable?
Yes, I was just trying to make sure I can sit up. So y'all can hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, and if you need to move that microphone, you can certainly do so as well. But my guess is you have a loud voice.
Yes.
All right. With that said, just my only request of you is that if there's an objection made during the course of the testimony, just pause. Let me rule on the objection first,
Okay.
and then you can answer the question.
Okay.
Okay? State may inquire. You're ready.
Yes, sir. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Will you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Margie Mobley. I am a IS auntie.
All right. Can you tell us where you live now, ma'am?
I stay in Yulee,
All right.
Florida,
How long have you been living in Yulee?
for a year now.
And prior to that, where did you live?
Prior to that, I stayed in Jacksonville.
All right. I think you just mentioned, is IS your niece, ma'am?
Yes.
And who is her mother?
My baby sister, Kimberly.
Is that your sister?
Yes.
Will you direct your attention, ma'am, back to 2018? Where were you living then?
I was in Jacksonville.
Excuse me. Do you know a gentleman by the name of Jonathan Quiles, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And who was he to you?
No one.
Back in 2018, ma'am, who was he?
Back in 2000. He was my brother-in-law.
Was he married to one of your other sisters?
He was married to Naomi.
All right. Do you see Mr. Quiles in the courtroom now?
Yes, I do.
Can you describe what he's wearing, please, and tell us where he's seated?
He's sitting by Michelle, and he has glasses on with a ponytail.
And what color shirt, ma'am? You can tell.
It appears to be white.
Your Honor, may the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
So reflected.
Ma'am, I want to direct your attention back to December 19 of 2018. Do you recall that day, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us where you were?
I was with my ex in Jacksonville, just probably watching TV.
All right. Did you receive a phone call from someone?
Yes, I received a phone call from my sister Kimberly.
All right. And don't tell us anything anybody else said, but once you received that phone call, what did you do next?
I immediately got in my car and went to Terry Parker High School.
Let's talk about that. Did you go by yourself?
I went by myself.
All right. And you said you went directly to Terry Parker High School?
Yes, I did.
How long did that take you?
Not less than 5 minutes.
All right. And approximately, do you recall what time it was that afternoon, if you can?
Probably like around 3-ish maybe. School had just gotten out.
All right. Now, when you went to the school, did you determine the school had in fact been let out?
Yes.
What was the first thing you did when you arrived at Terry Parker?
When I realized the school bus was gone, I started going every route that my niece would potentially go to get from Terry Parker to her mother's house.
All right. And by saying that you went every route, did you drive every route?
Yes, I drove every route.
Were you looking along roadways?
Yes, I was.
Did you see anything that looked like your niece?
No.
Did you do that in various types of routes to and from Parker High School to Kim's house?
Yes.
While at Terry Parker High School that afternoon, give the jury an idea of what you did there.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, what did you do on the campus at Terry Parker High School?
When I went to the campus, I looked around for, her sister wasn't there, so I just pretty much looked and went to the office and trying to get some answers. By the time I got back to the school, my sisters was there, so.
All right. Were multiple sisters of yours there?
Yes.
Okay. Did you look around the school as well?
I looked around the school, but just in the immediate area by the buses and anywhere like that.
You see any sign of Iyana?
No.
Ma'am, did these actions and not finding IS prompt you to call the police?
Yes, it did.
You know approximately what time you would have called the police as an estimate?
Sometime probably, it was before 5 o'clock,
Okay.
maybe, give or take.
And did you report to the police just what you told this jury?
Yes, I did. I told the police it's out of character for my niece to not be home, not to be recognized. We didn't know where she was, and we couldn't get a hold of her, and that was out of character for her not to be at home, not to just be gone.
All right. Did you yourself try to call her cell phone?
Yes, I did.
Was there anything that particular afternoon that you made any type of connections or communication with IS?
I made no.
You mentioned something about it being completely out of her character. Has she ever before, after school, just gone missing like that?
I would never just, after school, just leave or go anywhere. No.
Now, Miss Mobley, after you called the police, did your family all congregate somewhere, and if so, where?
After we left the school, everyone congregated at my sister Kim's house.
All right. And just generally, man, we've heard some other testimony about that. What all did you do, in summary, at your sister's house that afternoon and evening?
I had my younger nephew tear her room up looking for like old devices, anything that any electronics.
All right. And that nephew of yours, is that also a child?
He's a child.
All right. Could you just tell us, you don't have to say his name, but with respect to the family, who was that nephew?
That was IS' baby brother.
Did, in fact, her younger brother go through their room and start looking at things?
Yes, in fact, he did.
Were you and other sisters in that room as well?
Yes, sir.
Them tearing through it?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you collectively as a group look at any particular items, like an old notebook or things along those lines? You all look through things like that?
We found old notebooks, laptops, and phones. Those are our main thing. Anything electronic was our focal point.
And while looking through these either older devices or anything in a room, did you find any clue or any indication of where she might have gone?
I mean, we went on some wild goose chase based on the stuff that we found, but they turned out to be dead ends. It's like misleading.
All right. Did you, in fact, based on just gleaning information from her life, did you go to anybody's particular houses or apartments looking for her in that manner?
Yes, sir, we did.
Ever find her at any of these places?
Yes, sir, we did.
What, if anything, can you tell us about her clothing from her bedroom? Did y'all notice anything to be missing?
The only thing I noticed to be missing was her undergarments.
And were those undergarments of the brand of Victoria's Secret?
Yes, sir, it was.
Did that cause your family collectively, and more importantly, yourself individually, some concern?
Yes, it did.
At that time, did you know she was pregnant?
Yes, I did.
Was it your concern that she had run off with the father of the baby?
Yes, it was.
Now, with respect to that, can you give the jury an idea of your niece, IS, where she generally is on a daily basis for the majority of her time? Where does she spend that?
On a daily basis, the morning, of course, would be school. Like, if she had to work, because she had just recently got a job, it would be at work. And outside of school and work, it was her family. It was us.
Of the 5 sisters, her mother and the 4 aunts, you being one of those, whose house would she spend at more other than her own?
The Quillez, Naomi, and Yummy.
Is that where the defendant lived?
Yes, where the defendant lived.
And did you ever understand, or looking back at that time period, understand why she was spending time over at the defendant's house?
Then I didn't. Now, more so I do.
Okay. But based on your observations, was it clear to you at that time that's where she spent the majority of her time when she was away from her home?
Yes.
Did you have any idea, ma'am, excuse me, did you have any idea, ma'am, whether she was engaged in a relationship with like a boyfriend at the time she went missing?
No.
Do you have any idea whether she was sexually active with someone at the time she went missing?
I know she was sexually active.
Okay. At the time she went missing with someone specifically, do you have any idea at that time?
I knew she was sexually active when she went missing.
With someone in particular?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
And who is that?
That would be Mr. Jonathan.
Okay. Other than that, are you aware of her being sexually active with anyone other than the defendant?
It was one other guy, a neighbor.
Okay. You recall his name if you can. Don't make it up. If you don't,
Yeah, it's
don't.
something weird. I mean, if I was here, I don't know off the top of my head, but I just know it was a neighbor, the dude across the street.
Okay. Was that the incident that had surfaced earlier in March of 2018?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, I know there were several efforts after December 19 of 2018. Did you engage in several of those surge efforts by you and your family?
Yes, I did.
Did you in any way whatsoever find any sign of your niece ever again?
Nothing.
Lastly, ma'am, I want to talk to you just a little bit about some PayPal charges. Do you have any connection to purchasing anything for either IS, her little brother, you just mentioned, or SS, anything like that through PayPal?
It would be the little brother.
Okay, tell us about that.
He always wanted random stuff like video games, and it'll be something simple, like for Xbox or something like that. They always small purchases or whatever.
And can you describe what you mean by small purchases?
$1, $2, just for like on sale skins.
Okay. So if there's PayPal account charges on IS's account through her grandmother, is that you that's making those PayPal payments to her?
No.
Do you think it was someone else?
It definitely wasn't me.
Okay. Is there any possibility that you were paying IS for the games that her little brother was purchasing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You just don't recall that now? One moment, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. Mobley.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I want to take you to the day that IS went missing. And I know you said that you got a phone call and you went straight to the school, correct?
Right.
Were you the first one to go to the school and arrive at the school?
That I wouldn't know.
You're not sure if it was you who arrived there first or not?
I don't know who arrived there first.
That's okay. You just don't recall.
Yes, I don't recall.
It may have been you or one of your other sisters.
Yes, ma'am.
After you arrived, you said that you started driving routes. Is that the first thing you did after you got to Terry Parker? You started driving routes to Kim's house?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, sorry. I'll finish the question and then let you answer. It happens all the time, so don't worry about it. I'll just do my best to try and make sure we get the record clear. After you were doing those routes and you were just looking for her at that point, looking for IS.
Yes, ma'am.
When you didn't see her, did you call police at that point?
No, ma'am.
When did you call police?
After I took every route possible from Terry Parker to her mother's house.
Okay, that's what I was asking, and maybe I just didn't make it clear.
Oh.
After you did all of the routes you possibly could, that's when you called police.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then did you meet back up, as you said, with your sisters who were already at Terry Parker School again?
I ended up back at Terry Parker, and then we ended up at my baby sister's house.
Okay, great. After you went to Kimberly's house and started searching through everything, you guys did find some clues as to where she might be, correct? At some point, do you recall there being a plane ticket being found for IS?
I'm not going to say a plane ticket, but I seen something in reference to a plane ticket being bought.
And did you guys then try to make phone calls to the airport to see if there were any flights going out?
Yes.
Did you find anything in particular that you found IS having taken a flight?
No.
Did you also provide that information to police?
Which information? Yeah.
The information about the flights?
Me, for say, no.
Because you're not sure if police ever received that information.
Once the police got involved, I was pretty much told not to I pretty much stayed out of it because so much stuff got leaked. So I pretty much stayed in my own little bubble.
Okay, but you yourself never reported that directly to police? Is that yes?
Correct, yes.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear you. At that time when police kind of got involved and they were assisting trying to locate IS, did the family at that point have the sentiment that police really weren't putting enough effort in trying to locate where IS might be?
Would you rephrase the question?
Of course. Did you feel that the police were not putting enough effort into trying to locate IS?
At some point,
Would that have been right at the beginning portion of when she went missing?
that was at the beginning.
So those first several days, you all were doing a lot of the legwork in trying to find her.
Yes,
You guys were the ones creating the flyers, postings, and that type of thing, correct?
correct.
You guys were trying to get police to actually publicize that she was missing and try to make efforts to find her.
Yes.
And police were not doing that at that point.
I'm not sure what the police were doing.
At that time, was your understanding part of the reason why they weren't doing that is because she was classified as like a runaway?
If she was classified as a runaway, that was never brought to my attention.
You all believed that she had run away for some period of time, at least immediately after.
I never believed she ran away.
Well, during direct examination, you'd said that you thought that she had run away with the father of her child.
That's different. I thought you were saying as if she just ran away, as if she wasn't happy at home and she ran away.
Oh, no. I wasn't making that assumption at all. I'm asking at that point in time, you thought she had run away.
At that point, she was missing.
I want to talk to you about a comment that you made during the direct examination.
No.
Mr. Skinner asked you if you knew if IS had been sexually active at the time that she went missing, and with anyone in particular. You answered that you knew that she was sexually active at that time with Jonathan Quilles. Is that true?
It was speculation that from the, I don't know when it began to start, but she was having inappropriate relationships with Mr. Quilles.
And you knew that personally at that time. I know now, having been so long, but at that time, in December of 2018, did you know that?
It was all thought up and brought up. Did we have actual evidence? No.
So you did not actually know or have concrete evidence. Is that what you're saying?
I guess you could say that.
As far as accusations or rumors, however you want to call it, that at that time was out there that Jonathan Quilles had some sort of relationship with IS. Of course. At that time, in December of 2018, there were accusations or rumors that IS and Jonathan Quilles had some sort of sexual relationship, correct? Okay. You all had not, prior to that, known of any sort of relationship, though, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to take you to when you all found out that IS was pregnant. That was the very beginning of December, end of November, correct?
I don't recall the exact date.
Does that time period sound about right?
I don't recall the exact time period or date.
I understand I'm not asking for the exact date. I know I'm not giving you like December 3rd.
Oh, okay, well,
But was that time period around then about the time that you all found out that she was pregnant?
that's fair to say, yes.
Okay. And when you found out that she was pregnant, did you or were you told who the father was?
No.
Were you ever given any names of who the potential fathers may be?
It was only given alias.
Okay. At that time, did you know that they were only aliases?
It was speculation.
Okay. Did you ever hear the name Jose?
Yes.
Okay. Was Jose named as the father of IS's unborn child?
Yes.
Did you yourself think at that time, back when you found out that Jose was the father of IS's baby, did you at that time believe that Jose went to Terry Parker?
I was following.
I'm sorry, y'all.
Yes.
Okay. Did you actually find out that he was no longer attending Terry Parker, had graduated?
No.
So you're saying you never found out any information about a Jose who had attended Terry Parker?
The only person that attended Terry Parker with the name Jose was like 67 something years old. So that wasn't him.
You don't believe that was the correct person?
He was an alias.
You believe it was an alias?
It was an alias.
When you say it was an alias, is that information that you know, or is that information that's been told to you?
No, that's what I believe.
That's what you believe? Did you ever follow up on one of the leads, and maybe you've never even heard this, so did you ever hear that Jose lived in Azalea Ridge Apartments?
No.
Did you ever go to Azalea Ridge Apartments?
Yes, I did.
Okay, is that where Willie Sawyer, IS's father, resided at that time?
Yes.
Did you ever speak to Mr. Sawyer, Willie Sawyer, about Jose living in Azalea Ridge Apartments?
No.
When you went to Azalea Ridge Apartments, were you looking for an individual you believed to have been in a relationship with IS?
Yes.
Do you recall the name of that person that you believed to be in a relationship with IS that resided at Azalea Ridge Apartments?
No.
So it could be Jose.
It was an African American name. Jose is a familiar Hispanic name, so I would know the difference.
But you don't recall what that name was.
Correct.
After you following up on leads of who the father may be and not being able to find anyone, you all began to make accusations, or the sisters were making accusations that the father was Jonathan Quilles. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm on the wrong
After you
dag
all were no
on.
longer able to figure out, I mean, you said that
Yeah.
earlier that you were following up leads, but it was an alias. You believed it was an alias. After you all followed those leads and could not find who you believed to be the real father, at that time, did you all then accuse Jonathan Quilles, or the sisters accused Jonathan Quilles of being the father of IS's unborn child?
He was believed to be the father before the alias and all the other names.
You all believed he was the father before you went and searched other people's names who may be the father.
Correct.
So why were you searching for other people's names who might be the father if you knew it was Jonathan Quilles the whole time?
If asked about it, he wasn't going to tell the truth, but that's just what I'm saying.
Say that again for me, just a little louder if you don't mind. I cannot hear you.
If he was asked or whatever, if it was any inappropriate relationships, he denied it at that time, and the young lady was denying it as well. So that's why everything was alias. So yes, we did the footwork to try and find who the person was, who we already knew who the person indeed was.
When you say the young lady denied it, are you talking about IS?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So IS denied it, Jonathan Quilles denied it. Is that yes?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Did you ever personally see anything inappropriate between Jonathan Quilles and IS?
No.
Did you ever see anything inappropriate between Jonathan Quilles and SS? Her younger sister, SS.
No.
Were you around when SS and IS were confronted about having any sort of sexual relationship with Jonathan Quilles?
No.
Did you ever ask IS or SS about any sexual relationship between them and Jonathan Quilles?
No.
Now let me ask you about the next door neighbor. I know you can't remember his name, but did you ever know him to have been sexually active with IS?
It was brought to my attention.
Okay. And were you there when that was reported to police?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did you ever meet him or know him or see him?
I've seen him.
Okay, how did you see him?
I saw him in Popeyes where he worked at, and I pointed him out. Stay away from my niece.
Okay, at some point in time, you said you saw him where he was working?
Correct.
Okay, and you confronted him?
Yes.
You told him to stay away from your niece?
Yes.
And that would have been when, if you can recall?
I do not recall.
Okay, was that around the time she went missing?
It was well before that.
Was it a little before that, or you said it was well before that? I didn't hear you.
I don't know the exact date because it's been so long, but I do know I confronted him at Popeyes where he worked at his place of employment. I just happened to run in there and he was there.
Okay. And so that was sometime before IS went missing?
Yes.
Were you aware of an ongoing sexual relationship between Kamar Humphrey and, I'm sorry, you didn't know his name, but the next door neighbor and IS?
No.
As far as when the allegation and the report to police, do you need a moment?
No, I'm good.
Go ahead, take a moment. Are you okay to proceed?
I'm good now, thank you.
All right. Let me just ask that again. As far as when the allegations came out in that report to police about the next door neighbor having a sexual relationship with IS happened, did you talk to IS about that situation?
Brief.
Did she deny having a sexual relationship with the next door neighbor?
She didn't want to discuss it.
Did she ever deny it?
She didn't want to discuss it.
When you say she didn't want to discuss it, did she say, I'm not talking about it?
She just... That's what she did. She was a teenager.
Okay.
So way of saying yes or no, that's what she did.
Okay. You did not take that as a denial?
I didn't know how to take it, so I just let it go.
Okay. All right. Back in December of 2018, were you working at Ace Pick-A-Part?
Yes, I was.
And did you work with Jonathan Quilles at Ace Pick-A-Part during that time period?
Yes, I did.
Meaning you all worked there at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. And were you at work the day that IS went missing?
I didn't start to after, I believe. I'm not sure.
Okay. You don't recall if you were or were not
I
then?
was not.
Ma'am,
I was not.
you were not at work that day. Were you working in the days after that, following that?
After that,
Okay. And how did you get the job at Ace Pick-A-Part?
I went up there. Mr. Corliss did told me to come up there, but I went in there, filled up the application, and I got the job.
It's part of the reason why you went to Ace Pick-A-Part for a job because of Mr. Quilles.
Give or take.
I mean, he informed you about it. I'm not saying he got you the job, but he informed you that there was available work there.
Yes.
And you guys, how would you describe your relationship with Mr. Quilles prior to this entire situation happening?
Well, prior to this, it was okay.
Okay. Were you guys close? Spent time together?
It was okay.
Okay. And would you describe Mr. Quilles as an affectionate person?
Can I have an example of what you mean is affectionate?
Like when you greet someone, you hug them.
Give or take, I guess, yes.
And do you recall him kind of having like pet names for people or family and friends?
If he did, I don't know. I won't.
Like, do you ever hear him calling people baby, and that like that's a common way how he would greet people?
Baby, yeah.
And as far as what you observed of him at that time, I understand that there were some accusations that happened, but prior to the accusations when IS got pregnant, did you ever suspect there being any sort of sexual relationship between IS and Jonathan Quilles?
I didn't want to.
Just a moment.
Is that correct?
I'm sorry. He said,
Yes, ma'am. On direct examination, you told us you got a phone call and left from your home to go to Terry Parker. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
The day she disappeared.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ma'am, good to see you. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you as well.
State, you can call your next witness.
Oh, yes.
All right, just wanted to take a minute. Let me turn this down a little bit. Sorry, Brooklyn said she couldn't hear. I just wanted to take a minute and shout out some people that came in the room. We got Nessa. Shout out to you, Nessa, girl, love you. No one, what's up? Glad you're here. Out here putting the punches in the in the chat. Mark G, welcome. And then we got Flesh of the Gods over here. Y'all go over there and sub up to Flesh of the Gods. He has a very interactive channel. And you would love it over there because we do too. But Flesh, I got an issue. I got an issue. Hold on, let me bring it on over here. I got an issue with what you about to do. Flash. I'm gonna introduce y'all just to lighten the mood a little bit because it is a little heavy. and this case is not funny, but I want y'all to take a look at who Flesh of the Gods, and I just, my mind is blown, who he hired as a attorney. Hold on, just stand on by, okay? Uh, hold on. All right, so let me get y'all over here and just show y'all just a little bit of what Flesh is about to do to himself in his appeal. He has an appeal coming up, and he done hired his attorney. He didn't consult with none of us, but okay, y'all. Hold on. Hold on and grab on to your seats, okay? Because this is who he hired to represent him. All right.
All right, Mr. O'Neill, please stop
Hold on. Let me.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, goddamn or not. All right, Mr. O'Neill, please stop using swearing.
Flesh.
It's not appropriate to use an argument.
He said, and I just want him to say it again. Flesh, this is what he gonna go up in and say.
Swearing language.
Let's just play it again.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, goddamn or not. All right, Mr. O'Neill, please stop using swearing.
All right, that's Flesh of the God's attorney. I don't know, like I said, I don't know what he's thinking. I don't know why he didn't consult with any of us. But he went on ahead and decided to do that one. All right, Flesh. I don't know, Flesh. I don't know. But shout out to Flesh of the Gods, y'all. You know, he, like I said, go over there and sub up to his channel. You won't regret it. So I'm sure his link has been dropped in the chat, and y'all can conversate in the chat about, you know, who he chose as his attorney and where you think it's gonna go for him once his attorney starts talking. We're gonna just, you know, hope and pray that he don't get up in there cussing. But he ain't here to play. Because if you think I'm playing with you, God damn it, I'm not. So anyway, let's get right on to the next witness. And some of you in the chat, you can already agree with me. I don't like the defense attorney. I don't think she was too bad with that witness, but yeah, she does too much. You can defend your client without doing too much. I just think she is just my opinion. She just does too much. Okay. So Northern Dame, I see you just came in the building. What's up, Northern? You may have been here in the bushes. It's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Thank you. You've been here with us day after April O'Neill's baby daddy. What is going on, AOBD? Thank you so much for joining. Glad to see you up here in the building. Everybody else, I already said hello to personally. That's what I like to do. All right. And if you're here, hit that like button. If you're in the bushes, hit the like button. They're not going to tell you over here on YouTube. That is you. They're not going to tell me that. It just says that you liked the video, to get this video out into the algorithm and to help out the show. And also consider giving me a subscribe. We're on our way to 4,000. We got to get to 3,500 first. We're almost there, but we're on our way to 4,000. I do appreciate you all. And like, to the people in the bushes. Now, if some memberships get thrown over here, sometimes they pull you on out the bushes and we see you anyway. That's how we can see you. But the like button, not so much. And the like button is for the free 99. Thank you so much. Let's get right back into this. I gotta bring this back on the screen first. Hold on. And here we go. Let's see who's coming up next. I'm glad I did a close up on the. Now, we didn't even get started, Flesh of the Gods. Hold on, y'all. Gotta stop the show a minute and show appreciation whenever somebody is showing us a little bit of love. Some love, not a little bit of love, a lot of love. So, thank you to Flesh of the Gods for turning Miss Love Green. Miss Love, you do get a chance to take advantage of the membership channel emojis. Flesh of the Gods is down there. He has an emoji in the chat. Please add him and tell him thank you. And just add the name. We love it here. Thank you so much, Flesh, for adding
another one.
I don't know if y'all can hear that or not. Sometimes my soundboard works. Sometimes it does not. But also, wait a minute, hold on now. Hold on, because now, Flesh, you gifted one. Flesh gifted another one. Flesh out here showing out on the
Another
people.
one.
Just Lee, you just got a membership from Flesh. Please say thank you to Flesh of the Gods. Just Lee be out here, and she don't be in the bushes. She be out here, okay? But say thank you to Flesh of the Gods. Drop his channel emoji down in the chat. We definitely appreciate Flesh for all his contributions to the Survivor Speaks channel and always get me out of an entanglement. I be entangled with the electronics because I'm electronic illiterate, okay? So yeah, so y'all thought I was gonna say entanglement about something else. No, I be entangled in an entanglement with the electronics because baby, I'm technology. I'm technically what do you call that? Illiterate, yes, because they come out with all this stuff. You just gotta all right. Shout out to FFS for always making sure that did you upgrade your Macintosh? FFS out here and here. We got Tech Clouds out here showing a little love to the Survivor Speaks channel and adding another one to Survivor Nation. So a real one, you just received a membership from Tat Clouds. She doesn't have the channel emoji yet. I'm working on that, and I'm working on it. I'm tired. So, Tat Clouds, if you just drop some clouds down there in the chat for her, you can add her and please say thank you to her by name. She just added
Another one.
Yes, another one to Survivor Nation. Thank you so much. Drop them slime umbrellas down there in the chat. You can hear it. Thank you, Flesh of the God. And while we're here, let me play Flesh. Flesh got a little sound bite over here. Hold on, y'all, because this is how I feel when I'm over there in Flesh of the God's chat.
Humans weren't meant to perceive things like this.
Yeah, it just be I'll be somewhere else, just everything flying and stuff coming up, stuff popping up, characters talking and all that. The man is talented. Go on over there and sub up to Flesh of the Gods, and thank you very much. Just tell him Survivor Speak since you're over there even. Flesh, now stop with the Macintosh, okay? Justly found the clouds. Look at that. Justly, welcome to the family, but you've been family already before you received your memberships. So we're gonna get right back into this. Let me go ahead and put up the trigger warning. Jason Hodges, I believe I said hello to you. You're always here though, and we are all in the same family. So hello to you. Wait a minute, but I was getting ready to go, but FFS out here dropping one. God dag on it. God, you know what, Flash? FFS. I need to get you a soundbite because you be over here just
another one.
So, oh, that's my girl, Incapable Love War. Received a free membership from FFS. You do have access to the channel emojis. Please drop an FFS channel emoji in the chat to thank him. So we got FFS, them with the F's. So FFS, no, I'm already saying no, because I know what you're going to ask again. Where you're going to remain FFS. We're not going back to the past, okay? It's not YouTube friendly. All right, but thank you so much for all you do for the channel FFS, and thank you for turning Miss Cat Medusa Productions green. Miss Cat Medusa, she's a family, but welcome in to the family. And please take advantage of the channel emojis. Drop some FFSs in the chat and add them and tell them you said thank you for turning you green. We got
Another one.
thank you so much. Miss Low Key received a membership. Wait, hold on. Well, who dropped that one? You dropped one. I don't see how this. Somebody dropped this one, but it's not saying it. It may be Flesh. Maybe Flesh. I mean FFS. I don't know. I just see Miss Low Key. You received a membership. I believe it was from FFS. I believe it was. So you could just drop his channel emoji in the chat. And take advantage of the channel emoji. So we don't have an Iyana Sawyer emoji yet. Your girl is tired. I was busy. So I got like the 2 emojis to make for one for Tat and one for Iyana Sawyer. But you can also, we do have a Ziyah Harris emoji in the chat, and we don't mind if you drop those. We know what you mean. That's just blame it on Survivor Speaks, because I've been tired. Okay, so FFS gifting, here another membership. Jamie D, say thank you to FFS. Please, Adam, say him by name for adding
Another one.
Thank you so much, and drop some FFS emojis down in the chat. And for the mods that are here, we already know we dropping them slime umbrellas for FFS, Flesh of the Gods, and Tech Clouds. So they are the sponsors of the show today. And I'm not sure how this is happening, but we got another membership, and it doesn't say that somebody else dropped it. Hold on a minute. Let me see if it says it over here, because right now I'm not. So FFS, sorry, but that was you. FFS, like, God dang on the FFS up in here making it rain. I can't keep up. So yeah, this is FFS dropping and drizzling these memberships down here in the chat. Nika, you received a membership from FFS. Please thank him and drop some FFS in the chat for FFS turning you green. Like, he didn't have to do it, but he did. He's out here just sprinkling memberships in the chat. Thank you so much for that, FFS. FFS gifting another one, turning somebody else green so that you can take advantage of the channel emojis. Your girl is tired, but I do have an interrogation video that's going to be coming out for members only. I still got to edit the video. Yeah. So thank you. Please say thank you to FFS and drop the FFS emoji down in the chat. He out here
Another one.
He just gifted another one, and so let's go down here and see if that's it, to see if we can get back to the show. But we appreciate you, FFS. I appreciate you, Flesh. I will update the banner once we start watching the show again. And Tech Clouds for turning people green today, and just we are glowing and growing, and I love that for us. So thank you, and let's get right back into this important case. Thank you, FFS. Thank you, Tat, and thanks to Flesh of the Gods. Tat, you've been a member only for 1 month. Doesn't seem like it, Tat. Seems like you've been here forever. Forever. Yes. So, here we go. Let's get it. Let's go. Who do they have coming to the stand now? Is this the niece? Because that is. Let's see who they have coming to the stand.
It's this one, yeah.
Connie G, you new here. Welcome. All the love. So no, this is not the niece.
Mr. Brown, good to see you, sir. Just come on forward to be sworn in by the clerk.
Charles Digger, you in the chat? Please drop the welcome to all the new members of one of the mods. Please drop the welcome for the new members down in the chat, and the new for people that are just new here and just watching. You can hit the subscribe button for free, and turn on the bell, and thank you.
That said, state your main inquiry. You're ready.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
William Brown.
And Mr. Brown, what do you do for a living?
I'm retired now.
And what are you retired from doing?
Selling roll-off dumpsters.
So I'm going to draw your attention back to December of 2018. Who was your employer?
All-American Roll-Off.
And what were your responsibilities and duties for working with All-American? You said
Oh, let me
roll-off,
turn
right?
this back up.
Yes. I would go out to customers and sign them up to put our roll-offs there, and we'd pick them up and take them to our landfill.
And were you also part of obtaining new clients? Did you also obtain new clients through your work with All-American?
Yes, ma'am.
And was one of your clients Ace Pick Apart You Pull It?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that one of your clients back before retirement in December of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, how often would an All-American vehicle go and swap out containers to Ace Pick Apart specifically?
It was about weekly.
And so would that involve a truck taking an empty container, dropping the empty container off, and picking up the full container?
Yes.
Okay. So this wouldn't be just taking garbage out. It would be actually taking the full container.
Absolutely.
And in December of 2018, approximately the 20th, did All-American go and exchange a container at Ace Pick Apart You Pull It?
Yes, ma'am.
And so after an All-American vehicle would pick up a container, and let's just say for Ace Pick Apart, where would that container go from Ace Pick Apart?
It goes straight to Otis Road, landfill.
And is that, in fact, where all of the containers within your business back in 2018, they would go to the Otis Road landfill?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Brown.
Good morning.
Just a couple of questions. The type of roll-off dumpster that you have, that was 40 yards typically?
There was 3 sizes, but the one they had was a 40-yarder.
Okay. And was there another distinction between those, like a flat bottom and versus like a bathtub style?
Just the size.
Just the size. All of them were the exact same otherwise. And what style of that was it? Was it flatter, or were they all bathtub style?
They were somewhat bathtub size. You know, they kind of came up.
Okay, and is the difference between that just that it kind of meets down in the middle with a more curved outside edge?
Yes.
Okay. You just stated on direct that all of your dumpsters were dumped at the Otis landfill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do any dumping of any dumpsters at Trail Ridge landfill?
No.
And let me just ask one other question about the 40-yard. Does that require a ladder to get into the top of that?
Not really. I mean, there's side rails on it that you can step up on.
Okay. How tall would you estimate a 40-yard that Ace Pick Apart had? How tall would that have been?
Probably 6 foot.
Thank you so much. Nothing further. Further questions?
Mr. Brown, good to see you, sir.
Thank you.
Congrats on your retirement. State, you may call your next witness.
Detective Shannon Willard.
Members of the jury will probably take our mid-morning break after this next witness.
Your Honor, may myself and one defense counsel come sidebar regarding scheduling.
Okay.
All right, so they having the sidebar. I'm gonna go on ahead and fast forward through this because we're not doing the sidebars. What's up, social? Welcome in all of the new people that are here watching for the channel for the first time. We appreciate you. Just wanted to say welcome. I didn't get to say it before. I went back to the video. Oh, okay, so she is withstand. Sidebar, and then here she is. All right. Who is she? Alrighty.
If there's an objection made during the course of your testimony, just pause for a second and let me rule on the objection and we'll go from there.
Yes, sir.
And you can adjust the microphone to open the interview, please. That said, state your main inquiry. You're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Shannon Lillard.
And who's your current employer?
I'm currently employed with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
And in what capacity?
I'm currently employed as a JSO photographer.
And how long have you held that position?
Right about 2 years.
Prior to that, what was your, who did you work for?
I work for the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
And in what capacity did you work for at that point?
At my retirement, I was a detective in the crime scene unit.
And how long total were you a certified law enforcement officer with JSO?
I was a police officer and or a detective with the Sheriff's Office for 25 years.
And I think you had already stated that your last assignment with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office prior to retirement was in the crime scene unit?
Yes, ma'am.
How long were you a detective in the crime scene unit?
Right about 14 years.
Now, in order to be a crime scene detective, do you have to have any specialized training?
With Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, most of the training to be a crime scene detective is on the job. For me, I have an associate's in science degree in evidence technology and core system management, which in today's term is crime scene work. I've also taken basic crime scene classes, photography classes, blood spatter classes, trajectory classes, everything that would help me with my job as a crime scene detective. So I've, over the 14 years between monthly roll call training and the training that I received outside of JSO, I've received lots of training, along with the many, many cases that I've worked.
Now, is there also distinction within the crime scene unit of who can work major cases?
Yes, ma'am. When you first become a crime scene detective, you're still a detective, but you're only what we call a lead detective on burglaries, batteries, robberies, and shootings where nobody passes or nobody dies. The reason being, you got to gain that experience in that first year of going to the major calls, but you start off with the more minor stuff, just say a domestic battery or just a traffic crash, to learn about how to investigate those calls. And while you're on those calls, you have a senior detective who is a major case detective with you on those calls, helping you get the experience and the knowledge to become a major crimes detective. And it usually takes about a year before you can be lead on a homicide case and like that. So it takes about a year. And then for the rest of my career, I was a trainer and a major crimes detective.
Overall, and I'm just going to refer you, because at the time you were a detective, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And also, too, when looking at some of the packaging of items, did you have a different last name?
Yes, I did.
So if we see the initials SP, would that have been you?
That would have been me, yes, ma'am.
And just for record purposes, was your former last name Pfister?
Yes, it was.
And could you just spell that for the record, please, ma'am?
My previous name was Pfister, Pfister.
And Lillard, is that Lillard for the record?
Yes, ma'am.
So overall, what are the key responsibilities then of a crime scene detective?
A crime scene detective, the key responsibilities are, we're the ones that are searching for the evidence. We're the one that's documenting the evidence. We're the one that's collecting and preserving it for future, as in coming to court, or making sure it's packaged properly so it can be taken to a lab and then tested further, such as if blood was found on an item. I'm not a lab tech, so I preserve that item, and then later on the homicide detective would send it to, in our case, FDLE for analysis.
And part of being a detective in that unit, was it your responsibility to do any interviews with potential witnesses?
No, I didn't speak to witnesses. My job is evidence.
Now, does a crime scene detective have a different vehicle than a normal, patrol officer?
Yes, ma'am. With the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, I drove a GMC van that the whole back of the van was equipment and
packaging materials that I would need for specific calls. I would also have my camera, if I needed fingerprints, I'd have fingerprint kits in there. I'd have all the packaging, boxes, envelopes, and paper bags like you would get at Winn-Dixie or Publix.
And Detective Lawler, were you in the same capacity within the crime scene unit as a major case detective in January of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And then also going into February of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
What year and date, what month and year did you actually retire?
Retired October 1st of 2021.
And how is a detective within the crime scene unit assigned casework?
The way we did it in our unit and my squad is if, we'll say, Detective James had just had a major case that she's working on, then I would take the next one. So we would rotate it so we weren't writing several reports all at the same time, because you want to be able to focus your attention and your report writing after a case is done on that case. So of the, we'll say 8 people on my squad, we rotated it through the 8 people.
Now, is it common, depending on the nature of a crime scene or potentially multiple crime scenes, to have more than one detective assist?
Yes, ma'am.
However, is there always a lead detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that include also a lead homicide detective?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm drawing your attention specifically to Jacksonville Sheriff's Office CCR number 2018-866278, where you assigned the lead detective work for the crime scene unit.
Yes, I was.
And was the lead homicide detective Billy Abbott?
Yes, it was. Yes, he was.
And is there constant communication that can occur between the lead homicide detective and the lead crime scene detective?
We're always in contact as much as we can. Nowadays, everybody has cell phones, so he was always, calling me, hey, need you to come over here. Are you available? Like on my days off, if I wasn't available, another detective on the other color squad would go and handle that.
Now, through your casework with this particular matter, did it involve multiple days?
Yes, it did.
And did it involve a couple of different scenes?
Yes, it did.
So first one, I'm going to draw your attention, kind of focus on Otis Road landfill. Can you tell me about how you became involved in that particular location?
Detective Abbott had received information that a dumpster and the victim could have been brought to that Lotus landfill, and said that we were going to search it. So that's how we ended up at the Lotus, or I ended up, because he had told me that we were going to start our main investigation at that Otis landfill. And at that time, we went out there to see what the area looked like and to get a game plan and together how we were going to search a dump. The Otis landfill is a landfill. Think of what a landfill looks like, and mounds of trash. So we had to get a game plan and how we were going to actually search for evidence and everything else in this case.
Now, Detective Lillard, how many days approximately were you in the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office at the Otis Road landfill?
I believe altogether 16.
Would that include the weekends?
We took the weekends off.
Now, Detective Lillard, is Otis Road landfill located here in Duval County, Florida?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Were you there every day that JSO conducted a search at Otis Road landfill?
Yes, ma'am. I was there around about 5 a.m. every single morning. I was the first person, besides the officer that was maintaining security on that mountain of trash. I was the first person in the morning taking photographs, and I was the last person leaving every single night, minus the person maintaining scene security overnight. So I was the first and last one. So I would get up there at 5 a.m., and some days I didn't leave till 6 o'clock in the evening or later.
And Detective Lillard, were photographs taken to memorialize each day that JSO searched for this missing victim?
Yes, ma'am. I began taking photos in the morning with my issued camera through JSO. The first day we had the air unit come out and take photographs of what the scene looked like prior to any excavation taking place. And we also had the JSO drone unit come out and take additional aerial photographs of the area. So we took photographs in the morning of what it looked like before we started excavating, and then we had photos taken at the end of the day to show what the scene looked like prior to leaving for the evening.
Now, you just mentioned about the excavating, ma'am. Did the individuals that did that aspect, were they actually employees of the Otis Road landfill?
Yes, they were.
Now, people that were participating, though, in the search, were those members of JSO?
The individuals that were actually doing the sifting through the various piles that we had excavated and set up in a search area, they were all JSO employees. They were either corrections officers or they were certified police officers or detectives.
And did you try to memorialize how the operation occurred during these 16 days?
Yes, ma'am. I would take, throughout the day, I would take very...
I just wanted to answer this question really quick, Shaquille Cameron. All right, so she was last seen at the school. He brought her to his job, to the pick apart place. He did not sign. He did not punch out for lunch. He left and picked her up on his lunch. He drove back, did not go in the way the employees normally go back in. What he did was he took her to another area of pick apart that they had just purchased, so nobody went over there. And she remained alive. In the car, he left her in the car. Same deal, like I said, if you read the description, so close to Ziyah, left her in the car. Ziyah was left in the car while Jarvis was working. He left her in the car, and when everybody kind of left for the day, he went back into the van. He was going to choke her, but he couldn't bring himself to do it per him. And so what he did was he pow-powed her right in the heart, and rolled her up in a rug and threw her out. So thank you so much for the 99 cent. I do appreciate you for that. Shaquille Cameron. And I hope I'm saying your name right. And just give me a thumbs up if I am. Thank you so much for that. And so, yeah, so she was never seen after leaving the school ground. However, he took her, unalived her, called the young man that was on the stand, called them to come pick up the trash dumpster. And she was and they couldn't find her in the landfill. They only found her book from clothes and some of her undergarments. So that's why the two is probably confusing. So yeah, last seen on camera at school, but she was at that site. And when his brother testifies, he's going to say all of that. So yeah, shout out to Jay-Z for wanting to get to that part. And I know that we want to get to it. But yeah, his brother is the one that actually dropped the dime on him. And in these instances is the only time that I condone that. He needed to. So shout out to his brother for doing that. His brother currently, he was living in New York at the time as well. He had 6 kids. He couldn't imagine his brother calling and needing to get this stuff off his chest and telling him that what he did. So he has daughters. His brother has 6 children, so he told it, and I applaud him for that. So that's it. Thank you. Back. We're going back to the video.
Various photographs of the excavator pulling trash debris from the dig site to bringing it up onto our search area, which we had a large area coned off and cleaned every single night before we started the next day. And we would set it in rows of piles.
Oh, did I miss the school bus part? So yeah, she didn't get on the bus. She left school early. She got into his red van. He went and picked up in his red van and parked down the street. So the young lady that was on the stand yesterday, the first day, one of her friends from school, actually saw her get into a red van. She didn't see who was driving the van or anything like that, but she was able to tell them that, yeah, she was looking out of the window or whatever, and she saw her get into the red van. That's his van, was a red van. And guess what he did after he unalived her and all this other stuff? Child, he put the van up for sale, talking about they had too many cars. And his ex-wife is going to testify as well, and she gonna tell y'all about that red van and what he told her at the time. So in similar fashion to the Ziyah Harris case, Iyana Sawyer was also pregnant by her aunt's husband. So she was married in this case, but they were pregnant at the same time. I'm gonna just take it back to the video after that one. Who are these clowns?
That were manageable for people to look through instead of just one big pile going through it. We had them in very small, 3 to 6 at a time searching. And so we would do that, and I would take photos of officers working. I would take photographs of from above the hill, is what I called it, looking down where we were excavating. And then I would go to the bottom of the hill and photograph it upward so you could see the progress we were making each day and how deep the hole got by the last day we were there.
Now, Detective Lillard, was January the 15th, 2019, the first day of the actual search?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Now, we're going to go through some photographs, what's now been a composited States 1. We'll go through some pretty quickly, and then we'll do some a little bit slower. So I'm showing you States Evidence 1A. Can you just tell us what we're looking at?
That is an aerial view of the Otisville landfill.
Now, could you kind of circle the area of concentration that JSO was looking for IS?
We were right in that area.
So when you say right in that area, would you agree that's approximately in the middle of the landmass of Otis Road?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is just an overview aerial from Google Earth showing the extent of how large Otis Road landfill is.
Yes, ma'am. This isn't one that we've taken. This appears to be Google Earth.
And next, I'm showing you States Evidence 1B.
That is the sign outside of Otis Road landfill. I'm taking that photograph as I'm on Otis Road, right at the entrance to the landfill.
And next in States Evidence 1C.
This is just me looking. The actual dig site, if I can draw on it,
Yes, of course.
is more right in that area. That's just as we were driving up.
And next I'm showing you States Evidence 1D. You could describe.
That is the top of the hill that we were actually doing the search. The employees of Lotusville landfill had cleared off the top because once they've put their trash or debris from construction, most of this is like construction type debris. It's not like the landfill on 301 where it's household trash. This is mostly building materials and business type trash. It's not necessarily you're going to have whole refrigerators of, you know, food and things like that. So this landfill did not have that strong odor of, you know, we think a closed refrigerator would be. This was a relatively very clean landfill with construction equipment. So once they finished laying all the trash and compacting it down, they would put dirt on top. And this is the top of that mountain where they had cleared it and made it very nice for us once we began our dig on the 15th.
Again, and I'm going to go a little bit quicker here, is just some other images, what you were just describing in States 1E, States 1F, and States 1G.
I'm just showing the area that, the smoother areas where we actually did our searching, where the excavator would bring the piles of debris and set them in those rows like I explained earlier. And this is just on the edge of the rows at the road that comes up to where we were. The little red building is like a spotter that makes sure nobody's coming or going to get hit by a car, because it's still an active landfill while we were there. They just were not dumping debris anywhere near where we were up on the top.
And I just kind of brought up a question that I have for you, Detective Lillard. The area that you all are sifting through with assistance from Otis Road,
Oh,
did
yeah.
that area come from the management of Otis Road landfill?
Yes, ma'am.
In state's evidence 1H, 1I, 1J, 1K, can you describe what we're looking at?
What you're looking at now is what the landfill looked like once we started. Those cones, that's our area of interest working towards the bottom of the debris pile. And how as level as it can be for trash, that's where we started.
And again, it states 1L, 1M, 1N. Can you describe what we're looking at?
In this photograph, I'm at the bottom of the debris pile, photographing up. You can see where the excavator is. I had him positioned there, so that was our beginning point where we were going to start excavating, and I'm photographing in an upward direction towards him.
And then states 1O, can you describe what we're looking at?
In this photograph, the excavator has already removed several piles of debris, and the patrol officers or correctional officers are beginning their sifting through the debris piles.
And again, is this just a closer view of JSO personnel going through the debris piles in 1P?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in 1Q, can you describe what type of tools they're using?
In this, because it's heavy construction equipment, we're using heavy rakes, the heavy metal rakes, and some shovels, and they're sifting through and pulling through things to remove the top layer to get to any items that would be underneath the layers of debris. Just think of going through your trash. You can do it with your hand. So you drop something in there, a receipt that you're looking for, you would slowly go through the trash. Well, we're doing that same type thing, but with rakes. We're going slowly from the top to the bottom.
Now, was there any guidance to the other JSO personnel of what to look for?
Yes, ma'am. Prior to beginning our digging each day, we had a briefing down at the bottom of the search area, and either myself or one of the detectives would tell them, this is what we're looking for. I told them we could be looking for bones, because the landfill, if there was a body in there, the heat, the decomposition would be a lot faster than if it was, cold, because this was in the wintertime outside. So we could be looking for bones. We're looking for a bag that might have contained women's clothing, possibly school books or things like that that would belong to a school-age child, or 16-year-old.
A teenage child?
Teenage child,
That's
thank
in
you.
high school?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I know there's a lot going on here. Yes, ma'am. And again, we're going to just fast forward a little bit here. 1R, we're looking at some more piles, same in 1S. Now, can you describe 1T for us?
In this photograph, the excavator driver had already pulled some and was standing by until we had cleared, we'll say, the 6 piles that he had already brought up. He's ready with number 7 per se. And then once we had searched all those 6 piles that were already up there, a bulldozer would then push that off to the side, and then he would lay 6 more piles. So he's just standing by with a group that he had just brought up from the debris field that we were looking at.
And we'll see this probably some drone pictures a little bit later, but when each time a pile is brought, is it put in a separate location from a different pile?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, states 1U. Is that just showing, of course, the dumping of the next pile by the excavator?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, in states 1B, same premise. States 1W. Is this at the top then of that landfill where you were grabbing items from?
Yes, ma'am. That's the beginning of the search, and he was bringing it from the area of interest that we had started doing our excavating. That's him bringing that first one out to us, or one of the first ones out to us.
Again, a closer view of taking items for sifting, and that's 1X. Now, in 1Y, can you describe this picture?
In this photograph, we have Coxwell employees of the Otisville landfill, and you have some JSO detectives to the right. they keep records of where they bring things, and he brought us to the area. This should be the search area that you're looking for of a dumpster that would have come from the junkyard on Main Street. So they keep records, and he was saying it was this area that basically your stuff should be if you're collecting anything from that dumpster on the time frame that we had.
And in States 1Z, again, is this worker sifting. Now, in States 1AA, was there something that potentially was of interest initially?
Yes, ma'am. As they were searching, they found some plastic that had red stains on it. And when they found it, they stopped, called me over, and I investigated it. And I tested those red stains to see if it was blood.
And what was the testing results?
It was negative for blood.
And again, it's just a couple pictures of, again, showing what you had done. But this is include, again, medium viewpoints and close viewpoints of the item that you tested for potentially blood.
Yes, ma'am.
That's just showing a close view, 1 BB, 1 CC, 1 DD, and then 1 E. Is that the testing that you used, Detective Lillard?
Yes, ma'am. Those are the two areas that I tested. If this would actually had blood proteins in it, I'm going to circle it.
Thank you.
You see there's a Q-tip in there. What I do is we take a sterile cotton swab or cotton Q-tip, similar to what we would use to clean our ears. We put 1 drop of hydrated distilled water on it, and then you rub the area of interest where the stain would be. And then I place it in this test kit, and then there's 2 vials on each side of the Q-tip with chemicals in it. When I pop it, if it does contain the blood proteins, it will turn like a bluish color, similar to the Jaguar blue. And in this case, it stayed red, meaning that there was no blood proteins in that samples.
Now, at the end of each day, were drone photographs taken to show how much actually was sifted through?
Yes, ma'am.
So can you just kind of just describe to us, so it'll be a lot easier moving forward with the pictures of kind of the layout here in States 1H8?
In the aerial photos, you're always going to see, almost always see my van up here. This is where my van was parked every single morning. In this area right here, that is our search area where we put the debris piles that was brought up by the excavator. And this right here was our search area.
And then what about where the vehicles are located to the far left of the screen?
The far left, this is one of our first days. They were still setting up safety and security and the medical station. So eventually you'll see some white tents here. That's where everybody was decontaminated and rested, and that's where we had our medical personnel, that if somebody fell or got hurt, that we had medical personnel on standby.
Now, did different personnel from JSO take different shifts?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long would a group do a shift?
They were up there an hour or so, and then they would come back down and a new group would come up. We were constantly rotating them. The manual labor that they're doing is very intensive. It was very cold most days, and they're shifting through construction debris. So we wanted them to be safe, be able to get hydrated. So we were constantly rotating them out. In some photos, you might see one of those four-wheelers. That's how we were bringing them up and down the mountain, because I wouldn't allow any other cars except for mine and maybe one of the canines that were searching. So I was limiting the number of people that could come up on the mountain. So you'll see those little four-wheelers in some of the photos where they're bringing other people up. So we brought them up and down instead of bringing vehicles back and forth.
Again, just different aerial views in 1II, 1JJ, 1KK, 1LL, and then 1MM. Is this just a closer view of the area that the different piles of garbage was taken?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's move on then to day 2. photographs from you, and just to kind of memorialize what you all had been doing. Is January 16, 2019 the accurate date for day 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in states 2A, I think you had stated earlier, again, when we're looking through your photographs for the 16 days, would you take photographs upon arrival?
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of times was the sun rising at that time.
Yes, ma'am.
So in 2A and 2B, was this how the landfill looked when you first arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
In 2C, 2D, 2E, and those couple of photographs we just looked at, again, was that just to show the status of the actual pile?
Yes, ma'am.
And then again, is this 2F just showing, again, more workers trying to sift through the debris?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And a closer view in states 2G, 2H, 2I. And then were drone photographs taken again at the end of the day?
Yes, ma'am. They were taken at the beginning and the end every single day.
Now, is this just help for, again, directional purposes that would be put down?
Yes, ma'am. And when the drone, I don't know how to operate a drone, but he explained it to me. The drone would start here, and he would lift up and then begin to do his drone footage, and then he would come back and land on the same spot.
So in states 2K, 2L, 2M, and 2N, can we now start to see exactly where that pile is located?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you just circle that for us?
You can see where if you look to the left or the right of the red circle, you'll see all the debris are pretty much the same on both sides, but when you start looking where the excavator is pulling from, the color is starting to change because we also have some dirt in there that they have compacted, so we're starting to bring that, making a crevice where it used to be this, remember in the first photograph, everything was pretty much at the same level. We're starting to dig deep into the ground.
So Detective Lillard, also at the end of each day, did you get an accounting of how much tons of debris have been sifted through?
Yeah, each day, the individuals with Otisville landfill would give me an estimate of how many tons of trash we had gone through that day.
And just to rewind for just a second, approximately how many tons of debris was from day 1?
If I can refer back to my report.
Would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am, it would. Edward Smushfield from Coxwell landfill estimated on the 15th of January 2019 that we went through 478 tons of debris.
Again, in states 2O, 2P, those are again just showing the viewpoints of how much tonnage had been done at the end of day 2. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you also receive how much tonnage approximately, you can just give me the amount, from day 2 that had been sifted?
Just to verify through in my report on the 16th, they estimated that we went through 420 tons of debris.
Next, moving on to composite states 3. Bless you. And again, just some photographs to memorialize it, not many. Do you agree that it was January the 17th, 2019? Is that an accurate date for day 3?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Just want to make sure for the record. Now, in states 3A, again, is this when you arrive when the sun is rising?
Yes, ma'am.
States 3B, 3C, and then 3D. Again, is that in 3E? Is that again showing photographs of how the landfill looked that morning?
Yes, ma'am.
States 3F, 3G, 3H. Again, are these further photographs of how the landfill looked on day 3?
Yes, ma'am.
And on states evidence 3H, is this at the top of the hill that we're looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
And states 3I is again other JSL personnel shifting through the
Yes, ma'am.
garbage. 3J, 3K, and then 3L. Is this system, again, another pile that's being laid out for the workers?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
3M, 3N, 3O. Now in 3P, could you describe what we're looking at?
And this is, I believe in the afternoon, because the sun's completely up. This is the drone, and I'm photographing it as it's coming off the ground, getting ready to begin taking its photographs.
And then in the drone photographs, again, direction for 3Q. And now let's get a little bit closer here. In 3R, 3S. Now, do we actually see your crime scene van in these photographs?
Yes, ma'am. In the lower left-hand corner, you can see my van here, and the vehicle here is one of the Coxwell employees for the Otisville landfill.
And would your van have been the only crime scene van at this location?
Yes, ma'am.
So at any point in time, if we see this van in any photographs, that's your crime scene van?
That is my van.
3T. Now, in 3U, can you point out now where we're at the end of day 3 in regards to how much has been sifted? And have you circled kind of in the middle of the photograph where you can start to see an indent of that hill?
Yes, ma'am.
You, just for the record purpose, you did circle 2 different areas.
I didn't get it long enough. I apologize.
Did you mean to circle? Here, I'm blue. The whole area.
Yes, ma'am.
And then 3V, 3W, 3X, 3Y, 3Z. Again, are they just showing further viewpoints of how much tonnage?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the end of day 3, what was the total tons of debris that have been sifted by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
That was on the 17th, right?
Yes, ma'am.
On the 17th, just verifying to reflect my memory, 210 tons of trash.
Now, moving on to day 4, and for record purposes, this is state's composite 4 of landfill day 4. Would that have been January the 18th, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, just a few photographs from where on this day. 4A, again, is this when you arrived and then the sun is rising?
Yes, ma'am.
4B, 4C. Now in 4D, can you describe what we're looking at?
That is actually a Crime Stopper sign that we found in the debris pile.
Then in states 4E, 4F. Again, is this just a closer view of debris pile?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, someone is pointing, before we get to 4D, someone is pointing to something in 4F. And what was that?
The homicide detective was pointing out some paperwork that was found during the sifting.
I'm sorry, y'all. That probably was me. What the world is going on?
The officers that were doing the raking.
And then as we get closer here, is that then what was found in states 4G, 4H, and then 4I and 4J and K? Yep.
Yes, ma'am. This was ACE pull-apart paperwork that they had found in the debris pile from on Main Street, the 2152 North Main Street.
And did you collect those items?
Yes, ma'am. In this photograph right here, I've actually put some clean brown paper down and placed those items on it and photographed them individually in the side of my van.
Take a moment, please, and just look at state's evidence 40 that's been stipulated to.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
And are these the pieces of items that we're looking at in state's evidence 4?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, just to understand first some of the packaging of understanding, would you have used a clean brown paper bag?
Yes, each item of evidence, or in this case, the pieces that were located together, are all placed in a clean, sterile, never used packaging. We use paper so it's breathable. We wouldn't want to put it in plastic for long storage in a warehouse where it would possibly get moisture in it and mold. So we keep it in paper to allow the item to actually breathe.
Now, there's some blue crime scene tape. What does that indicate?
That indicates that when I sealed it, and I'll sign it, saying I sealed it and signed it, and then if somebody else opens it, they open from a different location than where I sealed it.
Now, there's a white barcode with some markings on it. What does that indicate with this white sticker?
The white sticker at the top is what the property room actually puts on it. It has the item number, where it's located in our warehouse, the case number, and numbers associated with the property room. So that's all of their information. The black, written in Sharpie, is the information that I wrote at the scene.
And what exactly did you write on the bag?
On the bag, I wrote 4 pieces of paper from landfill, Ace pick apart in parentheses, and that's so I know what's in the bag instead of just 4 pieces of paper. Because when we enter it into the property system, it's very basic. And then in the comments section, we'd put a lot of times what it is, if it's not just one item. And I would put it in parentheses on the bag to help determine what was in that bag.
Now, it's a little difficult to see from far away, but for later on purposes, is there some marking as well around that blue seal tape?
Yes, ma'am. That is my initials and ID number.
And what was your ID number?
5972.
And again, was SP your initials at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you had already said these are the items that were collected from the landfill?
Yes, ma'am. Those are those 4 items that you see in that photograph.
And were they collected as is?
As is.
Now, Detective Lillard, looking in States 4I, where were you located?
In the side door of my van. It's a typical van has 2 doors on the side, 1 door in the back. I worked out of the side doors, so I had the brown paper right on the floor of the van, and I did those photographs there.
So just moving forward, so we don't have to describe again, at any point in time after an item's collected and we see it with some brown papering underneath, that just means you brought it to your van to preserve it and collect it and package it.
Yes, ma'am, because once I want to do it as more of as a controlled environment as I can, because if you saw the one with the debris pile, there's debris. So I'm removing it from that debris pile, taking it to my van in a more secure area. I'm photographing it, I'm sealing that envelope or that bag up, and then I'm locking my van. I'm the only one with keys to my van, so nobody else can get to the evidence. Chain of custody for that evidence has stayed with me the entire time because I'm with my van. Besides walking around the debris piles, I was in proximity of my van with it locked the whole time.
Now, was another pile of items collected in states 4N and 4O, 4P, and 4Q?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were the items collected a little bit different in this situation?
Yes, ma'am. He found additional, I grabbed a bag, took it to him, or he put it straight, or the detective put it straight in the bag. Then I took it to my van and did the photographing and sealing there. I think after we found the first one, I had some bags that I carried with me. So if they found something, I could secure it while I'm walking back and forth to my van.
Just take a moment, look at state's composite, which is stipulated into state's evidence 41.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, is this what was found at the Otis Road landfill back on January the 18th?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, you recognize it from the same procedures that we've previously discussed?
Yes, ma'am.
Your markings and packaging.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said, I believe, 6 pieces?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And all 6 pieces here?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, also on the packaging, would you put down if another officer had found the item?
Yes, ma'am.
Like specifically on State's Evidence 41, if we're looking at the packaging and we see the name T. Belvin plus a number, does that just mean that's the officer with their badge number?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you do that on different packaging if it was a different officer?
Yes, ma'am, I would.
So that's all that means in the end.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, is this another picture of the drone in States 4R?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the drone pictures at the end of the 18th, we've got 4S, 4T, 4U, 4V, 4W, 4X, and now 4Y. Can you point out to just, again, the progress of the indentation of how many layers now at this point at the dig site? And have you circled kind of again where it shows that indentation within the pile?
Yes, ma'am.
Kind of a little bit more towards the top, but kind of overall centered in the picture.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ascertain how much tonnage had been sifted through on end of day 4?
In the day 4, referring back to my report just for number purposes, on the 18th, they estimated we went through 270 tons of debris or trash from the debris pile.
Ms. French,
270?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Did you say 270?
270.
Ms. French, we're going to take a break now.
Sir, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, it's 10:51. Let's come back out at 11:15. It's 25 minutes or so, and we'll be able to take a good break. At that point, we'll go to our lunch break about the same time as the past few days. Please remember, don't discuss the case among yourselves or each other. Have a nice break.
All right, so the judge is going to a break. Let me just remove him off the screen. Hello. So the judge is going on a break. It is definitely up to you if you guys want to keep going, or if we want to go ahead and schedule something for tomorrow. As you all knew, I did tell you guys that I have been selected to go to jury duty outside tomorrow. So if I do schedule something, it will be in the afternoon to resume for me, in order to resume this video. I did see somewhere that somebody is reporting that Ziyah Harris's remains were found in the shallow grave. I didn't hear that. So I'm not going to report that over here. I don't do and cover these stories for clicks and likes. So if you did hear anything like that, please let me know. Because remember the other day they found a little boy's remains, and everybody went to reporting on YouTube that the remains were Ziyah Harris. I'm not trying to feel, give anyone any false hope. Or any triggers until I hear something solid. I won't go live and just say, oh yeah, they found, some remains in the Ziyahs. I'm not doing that over here. I'm sorry. I just don't. But people don't care, and they are looking for a click in the view, and they report anything. So unless I have solid proof over here on the Survivor Speaks channel, I will not be reporting anything falsely. We do have a petition. The mods have dropped the petition in the chat. Thank you, Diggy. I do believe that Nazia's aunt and grandmother should be held responsible for her unaliving as well. So I just wanted to say that, put it out there. I didn't hear anywhere that says, let's keep it going, FFS. Okay, that's all I need to hear. I didn't hear anywhere where it said that they found any remains in a grave regarding relating to Ziyah Harris. And so I'm just not I'll look it up. FFS is saying keep it going. So I will move past the break, because we're not going to sit through all of that, and resume the video. And I want to thank you all for watching. Thank you to all the new subscribers. Thank you for the people that are just watching from the bushes. We do appreciate you over here. As you see, we have a very interactive chat. And so we would like to hear your thoughts about this. Every now and then we like to insert something light, because this is very heavy. It's heavy and weighing on a lot of people's hearts. So that's something that, we don't want to do either. And if it's triggering to you, please, do log off, because sometimes it just gets that heavy. So I want you to protect your mental health first before giving me a view. So let's take a look at him. I don't think it was when he had the blue shirt on, when he walked into court and he was just smiling like, oh, la 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 la, it's just another day. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, I don't think it was today, but let's get a good look at him anyway. To see the crew, just know you can't have any regard for anyone human doing this type of thing. Not only to your wife's niece, because I don't, at this point, I consider people uncle and stuff too when they marry, but when they do this, and it ain't no uncle in that. How could you? And you sitting there like, and it, oh my goodness, I don't know, they didn't really put up his full interrogation. I'm gonna put in a FOIA request, because I would like to see the full interrogation. They have it chopped and screwed. I would like to see his full interrogation. I did see some of it where he was lying, saying da da da. They smooth you over first. Get to read you the Miranda, ask you some questions that they already know the answers to, then they swoop down on you. Yeah, well, we found your DNA. So what is your DNA doing inside her underwear? Sir, how are you going to explain that? And oh, she was so smart, I just wanted her to go to school. Wait till we get to his Snapchat messages and stuff. If y'all think Naziah stuff was crazy, wait till we get to his Snapchat messages and stuff like that. He was unhinged and upset, trying to hold on to this young girl while married to her aunt, playing around the family. But you see her aunt didn't come to play with his behind. Anyhow, I'm trying to make it into the pearly gates, and I'm trying not to cuss. I'm going to use, this to do it. Oh shit! Oh shit! Sometimes that's my favorite button. Oh shit! Oh shit! Sometimes I'm trying to make it. I'm trying to make it, Lord. I'm trying to make it into the pearly gates. But he just. And if you're going to commit a crime and try to get away with it, close your mouth. Just all on the wire, just telling everything. And then you took this thing to trial. Yeah. Yeah. He can already come in. I just want to see this dope as he walks into the courtroom. Can't trust him with his belt or his necktie. You gotta wait till he get in the court and look at the attorney. I can't stand her. She be doing too much. The petition is for Ziyah Harris, the Ziyah Harris case. Hold on a minute. I'm sorry, I gotta stop this. Like, the petition is for the Ziyah Harris case. So if you watch the preliminary hearing, the aunt and grandmother got on the stand and testified. First of all, they perjured themselves on the stand. The grandmother has told so many different stories to so many different people. It is crazy. Then also the aunt Shannon, Jarvis Butts, before he got into a relationship with her, he had advised her that he was a PDF file. So on YouTube, say you can't say a lot of words. So PDF put it together. Yeah, he was a crocodile PDF file. We call it PDF file. Crocodile may be able to. So anywho, he asked her, he told her up front. So she decided that she was going to date him anyway. So you're ma'am. And then from the text messages, like, they knew that this was happening. So supposedly her biological mother was interviewed. Head on over to 7 Mile Radio. I don't want to play too many of his interviews over here, but he did great coverage on the Ziyah Harris trial. When it first started, he interviewed the mother. The mother said that she had been going through this all of her life, and that the grandmother is not even supposed to have any. I'm sorry. The grandmother was not supposed to have any children in her home, but she got all these children in her home. And you knew this was going on. You knew. They can't tell me they didn't know. First of all, you got on the stand and said you didn't know that. You said that, not that she didn't know. She said Jarvis Butts was rarely in her home. He would pull up, have the kids come outside, or have her aunt come outside. The text messages determined that was a lie. The text message responded that was a lie. Between Jarvis and Ziyah Harris, that's a lie. The grandmother had the oldest daughter when she was 11 or 12. That's not a crime. However, like, this is maybe something that happened to her. I think she was she was SA'd, and she had a child when she was like 11 or 12. So all this stuff, if you never get any mental help for it, it becomes normal to you. But as an adult, you find out what is wrong and what is right. So you know this is wrong. And the grandmother and the aunt sending her to Jarvis's car shop to clean up. But every time they went to clean up, no, there was relations involved. His daughter, he tried the young lady that's 9 years old right now. She testified. She is the daughter of Shannon's twin, Marquita. Praise goodness that the daughter is with her father now. He followed me this morning. Shout out to him. Maybe I can see if I can get him on the show. Just to ask him some questions. I really don't want to ask him anything about the case, but he went to put hands on Jarvis and at the courthouse, and they put him out when his daughter was testifying. He said he did not know that she was in harm's way when she went to the grandmother. Also, the biological father, before his passing away, he did say also that they were telling him a bunch of lies, and then he had to watch YouTube to find out the truth. So what we do here is very important. Shout out to all the YouTubes, the content creators, the subscribers, the subscribers, the moderators, especially, that keep the chat safe. Shout out to all of you. Everything goes hand in hand. Everything works together. So once he saw he saw some YouTube channels reporting on it, he confronted the grandmother. Do you know Jarvis? You know who Jarvis is? She said no.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
You don't know Jarvis? So I believe that they were well aware of what was going on. Shannon, who is the aunt that has 5 children by Jarvis, but the grandmother, you knew as well. You knew you was not even supposed to have any children in your house. Is that why you're mad at your oldest daughter? Because she told it in an interview a year ago? So I do believe that they need to be held accountable along with Jarvis, but lock them up. I was considering let's just clip the grandmother when she come into the car. She don't have a walker or a cane, and I don't normally say stuff like that, but that case is disturbing and it's heavy. And if you go to Naziah's TikTok or her Instagram, you could tell she was a little girl that loved to dance, but you can also tell when her face started shifting into the pregnancy look. Go to jail with Jarvis, okay? Go to jail. Go to jail. And this ninja here, the similarities, the reason why we're watching this is because the similarities between the two cases are so eerie. Creole Fontenot, thank you so much. Thank you. I'm trying to bring awareness to, parents, not just females, not parents, like to watch out for this type of stuff. Y'all need to vet the people who you are with. Let me tell y'all something. When I first got with my husband, he Googled me. I said, yeah, you did what? But I'm not mad at him. So many people tell so many false lies and stuff. So he's like, yeah, I Googled you. Oh, okay. So yeah, just do that one. If a man don't get along with his mother, he's not gonna respect you. That's just it. He may come off nice and in the interim, but it's gonna come out. It's gonna come out. And so, we don't want to think that, but that is just the way it is. You have daughters, protect them. Even your sons, protect them. Because these freaks out here in these streets, they don't care whether it's male or female children. So what we're doing here is bringing awareness. And I'm going to continue to bring light to, stories such as these or just true crime. I'm a true crime buff. It's horrible. I'm a true crime buff that has been, they come on in the jury duty. I don't want to go. I'm a juror on the YouTube. Okay. So yeah, that's just that. To explain, went off a little bit, but I need to explain the reason why we have this petition is because we want them to lock them up too. They can just lock them up from the perjury that they got on the stand, and when they got on the stand, they perjured themselves. And like I said, I don't believe they let them know that they had those text messages in the Naziah Harris case. And when they read the text messages, that was hard to hear. And a lot of people are saying, why would they do that? Why would they read the text messages like that? Oh, it was because they need to show the grooming, that Butts was grooming her. So I don't hold Naziah Harris accountable for anything in those text messages. So they're just counting the time that he was messing with her from the age of 12 to 13. Actually, in those text messages, they proved that she was 11. The messages that they read at first was when she was 11. And it also, proves some things that the grandmother and the aunt is lying about. And so, but it really shows how he groomed her, even how he had her trained and groomed that once we are done with these text messages, you are to erase them. But little did he know that they are able to, whatever you put out here in the digiverse, they can get it. They can get it. Whatever you put out here in the digiverse, they can get it. The digiverse, that's something that's it. I like that, the digiverse. So yeah, they can get it and they're going to play it, and they have to, because we need to know exactly, because there's so many people that are being incarcerated unjustly It's nice to know that, you are justly locked. This is justice. So yeah, they had to. When you look at it from another angle, they have to, so that the courts can see they have a important decision to make. But this fool, cause y'all just
But wait, there's more.
this fool. I don't forgot what I was going to say. Disclaimer: I am a breast cancer survivor, and the chemo brain just kicked in. I was getting ready to say something else about Jarvis, butthead, but I forgot, and it's probably for the best. I forgot what I was going to say, but it's going to come back to me. It's in the cloud. Yep. So let's see who. Look at how we caught Judge Anthony Salem. Do y'all like him as a judge? Chime in down in the comments. I like Judge Anthony Salem as a judge. He looks very young. Looks like he might have lost a little bit of hair from doing this case. He looks very young. I'm gonna have to look him up and see what he's about. Maybe I'll do a story. I like to just do a little story on him sometime. He looked like he's very young, but he wasn't no nonsense judge in this case. He kept the case going, which is what I like to see. He didn't allow all those delays and we doing this and we're doing that. He didn't allow it, and I think he was fair. He let the attorneys do what they needed to do, and he only stepped in when he needed to. Unlike Judge Glanville, who is number one on my most hated judge list in America. Unlike him. Okay, so yeah, him and shout out to his support dog though. Shout out to Jack, and shout out to Methany. Shout out to Methany. Y'all want to see Methany? Go on over there and sub up to Flesh of the Gods over there. You get a good look at Beth, aka Methany. She is she's a new dog that they show that they're going to be she's going to be patrolling down there in ATL on Cleveland Street, but she's struggling. Yeah, she is. Here, boy, doesn't get you anything over here. I'm not the interactive channel like that. I wish I had some stuff flying around, and that's Flesh of the Gods. So yeah, she's struggling. She was struggling through I don't know. She couldn't hardly walk up the stairs. She bow-legged. We will wobble when she walk. It's just a whole. I don't know what they're trying to do out there in the ATL, but it's just not. Just try your cases correctly. Fix your jails if you're going to incarcerate people for doing things wrong. Then you got people locked up that didn't do nothing. You just put some stuff on them, got them incarcerated. Do that. But you know what? Retire Methany before she even hit the streets, because she gonna be tied up down there. Them kids gonna have her tied up, having to saying all types of stuff, taking her voice. I don't know if she got a voice box. I just know she got messed up stickers all over the place. No, you gotta go over to Flesh of the Gods to see Bethany, aka Methany. Because I don't have her over here. Flesh done put her on some Jordans to try to spruce up. I don't think that's gonna help her walk in no Flesh. I don't think so. All right, let's get right back into this testimony. We back at the landfill. Lord Jesus, oh man. Oh goodness. Oh gosh. Right back.
Just so the jurors know, we'll go from now into our lunch break, and then we'll go from there, just like we had the past few days. State, you may continue with your direct.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. And moving on now, Detective Lillard, to day 5 with January 22nd.
Somebody had a lot of phlegm built up. A lot of phlegm.
And the difference in dates from the 18th to the 22nd, was that based on a holiday weekend?
Let me look that up, Creole Fontenot, because I didn't hear that. But let me look.
5A is when you arrived and the sun is rising.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, it states 5B, 5C. So when we're looking at 5C, can you indicate what the intent was with this photograph?
In this photograph, I'm showing the progress of our excavation of the area of search. If you can see, it's starting to become a crater versus, if you remember from the first photos, before we started excavating, it was more of a gradual, flat, high area of debris pile. And now we're starting to excavate it, and it's actually forming a crater.
States 5D, 5E. Now in 5F, can you indicate what this photograph is depicting?
This is the area after the officers and correctional officers have searched through those piles, is where they've pushed it off to the side. After we've done searching it, we have to clear it for the next 6 or 8 sections of search areas. So once we're done searching, a bulldozer would push it off to the side.
States 5G. Now in States 5H, could you indicate the purpose of this photograph?
This photograph is to show that it's clear of anything. Each night we would clear it, the bulldozer would push dirt, and they would sometimes they would lay some not gravel, like wood chips on the top to make it a little bit smoother to keep the dust away. So we would clean it every single night to start the next day with a clean surface.
Now in states, and I think in states 5H, and then closer view in states 5I, can you indicate the purpose of these two photographs?
Also in these two photographs, you can see buzzards flying over the landfill area.
What was the purpose of capturing the buzzards?
We were advised by landfill employees that they normally did not have the buzzards, because if you remember from earlier in my testimony, it wasn't normal trash like at the 301 dumpster where you would see all the birds flying over the trash piles. This was construction debris, so they normally did not have a lot of bird activity. They're going to have some because people will throw trash into the dumpsters at construction sites, but they normally did not have a lot of bird activity flying over. But we had unearthed stuff that had been compacted, so odors will start coming out. So they did start noticing some buzzard activity. So we started honing in on where those buzzards were flying to start searching some more.
Again, in states 5J, is that just another picture of the buzzard?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the drone photographs, again, to indicate how much tonnage. So I'm going to go find a certain photograph here. Now in states, there we go, 5S, could you indicate, again, the area to show how much tonnage had been done at the end of day 5?
In day 5, it was approximately 1,140 tons of debris trash from the pile.
So on day 5, you stated that 1,040 tons. Is that total, or is that how much on day 5?
On 5, 1140, 1,140 tons of trash.
And thank you, I had stated the number wrong. Thank you for correcting me.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, just to make sure our record is clear, on states 5S, did you draw a circle approximately almost square in the middle of the picture where there's an indentation of creating a hole at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Now moving on to day 6 was also states evidence 6 composite. It's day 6, January the 23rd, 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, in state 6A, is this a photograph when you first arrived? It looks like the sun is setting, the sun is rising a little bit later on.
Yes, ma'am. The sun is actually to my back in this photograph. I'm actually photographing towards the west. So if you look where the excavator is, that's where the debris pile is. He's starting to go down into the debris pile to start bringing items or piles up for us to search.
Again, in state 6C is just now, of course, and during the day.
Yes, ma'am.
And do we see your crime scene van as well?
Yes, ma'am. About in the center of the screen.
Now we see a little, it looks like potentially a small pop-up tent with a blue covering. What was the purpose of that?
It had started, at intermittent times rained. If you look at the ground towards the left, the darker mud versus the photographs from earlier, it was a little lighter. We had some rain, so we had set that up, and also to get us out of the sun. Because believe it or not, it was very cold in the morning, but by after lunch in Florida and in Jacksonville, it gets warmer. So we would need something to get out of the sun. So it served two purposes.
Now Now, I'm just looking at the end of the day from January 23rd. So looking at state 6M, again, is this showing the status of how much tonnage had been sifted through total from day 6?
Yes, ma'am.
And then did you memorialize how much tonnage was actually sifted on January 23rd, day 6 at the Otis Road landfill?
Yes, ma'am. Employees of Otis Rural Landfill estimated on this day, we went through 480 tons of trash.
Next, ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked as state's evidence 7.
So, Creole, excuse me 1 minute. Creole Fontenot, so that it looks like that body was found on January the 6th. So we do know that, wait a minute. Well, let me see. Was that this year or last year? Hold on. Was this year? Oh, so it's of this year. So hold on. Let me go back and look again. I don't think that they came out and said who it was. They are saying that it may have been a kid. So it was found on January the 6th, right in the wee hours of the morning. So they have it listed as January 6th, but January 7th, as you stated. It's a small kid. It was in the it looks like they found it in the back of a shop. So what I'm reading here is that they are trying to see who lived there, but the person that lived there moved from there around November. The house was vacant since November of 2024. We know that Ziyah and her aunt used to live somewhere else, but we know as of November 2024, she was living with her mother. I'm not sure, and this was found in a shallow grave. It says a homeowner was looking to get their house remodeled, and when they started digging, they found it. So I'm going to just do a little more digging around and look into it. I'm not sure. I don't think that they found. They didn't announce that it was her. Oh, you from New York? Ooh, you're from New York. We're close. All right. So, yeah, I'm gonna look more into the story. Thank you so much, Creole Fontenot, for asking that question and bringing this to the light. I appreciate you. Okay. I'll look more into it and see. I just need to do a little more digging, but I just wanted to let you know that I did look at it, and that's what I've been reading. So some people are reporting that it sounds like the same story that you're just telling us, that's Ziyah Harris. I didn't see anything yet, so I'm not going to say that yet, but I'm going to continue to look.
Deposit. It is photographs of landfill day 7. Was that January the 24th, 2019?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Next, I'm showing you states 7A, 7B. Can you describe what we're looking at in state 7B?
Yes, ma'am. This is the top of the debris pile. The excavator is starting to go down in to start bringing some more debris up. And in this photograph, you see it had rained heavily. We have large puddles of water in the area.
Now, in state 7E, does that give us a good photograph of the items that were used to sift the different debris piles?
Yes, ma'am. You can see the rakes, the large metal rakes that they were using, and they were sifting through each layer of the debris brought up from the hole in the search area.
Again, in state 7F is just another picture of the drone.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, and just again looking at the end of the day from January the 24th. So in state 7M, can you describe what we're looking at?
That is just an aerial view in the evening. You can tell it's raining with the drone, and you can see the crater approximately in the center that where we were searching. The excavator would actually drive down here and then pick up.
And just for record purposes, did you draw an arrow that is pointing downward towards a larger circle area, which is the indentation of the debris pile? Is that accurate for the record?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at the end of day 7, January the 24th, 2019, how much tonnage debris had been sifted by JSO?
Approximately 205 tons.
Next, ma'am, is showing you States Composite Evidence 8, which is a PowerPoint photograph of Otis Road Landfill, Day 8. And was that, ma'am, on January the 25th, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in States Evidence 8B, what are we looking at?
In this photograph, this is a canine officer from Ocala Police Department. His dog is what is considered a cadaver dog, and he came to assist our agency in searching for our victim's body.
And next, in States 8C, could you describe what we're looking at?
In this photograph, the dog and his handler and me are walking into the debris pile where the excavator is actually pulling the debris out of. We're walking down into it to begin his actual search.
And did you take some various photographs of the canine, Detective King and his dog?
Yes, ma'am.
Then States 8D, 8E, 8F, 8G, 8H, 8I, 8J, 8K. Were those all photographs then of Detective King and his canine?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in States 8L, can you please describe?
Because of the buzzard activity and that we're not there at night, we had gotten access to a trail cam like the hunters use, and that is the detective placing the trail cam on a pole right outside of the debris field that we were searching, and it was pointing in the direction of our debris field in the area that we had found or had observed the buzzards flying.
Again, is this then a picture of that trail cam in States 8M?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we're also, again, like every day, photographs at the end of the day taken on January the 25th, 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we got people watching on Twitter too. Y'all can't see that count, but
is this an accurate depiction of how the debris pile looked that was being sifted through at the end of day 8?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you memorialize how much tonnage had been sifted through on January the 25th, 2019?
Approximately 110 tons.
Now in States A, 8AA, you had mentioned earlier about
Lord.
later on there was some
Y'all know I gotta stop the show and somebody show a little love and out here gifting. Thank you to Ted Clouds for gifting the membership and expanding the family, turning Lord NBA young boy. But thank goodness we know he's incarcerated, and that's not him for real. But I like that. So it's turning NBA young boy green. NBA young boy, please put some clouds in the chat. Tat doesn't have a emoji yet, but I think I better get on that. So yeah, put some umbrellas in the chat, some clouds. You can use the regular emojis and take advantage of the special membership channel emojis that you now have access to for 30 days. And please tell Tat thank you and add her so we make sure that she is named in the thank you. Thank you so much for always being here and supporting Tat and for all you do for the channel. And to shout out to the rest of my mods that always are here and hold it down. And you too, Mookie Mookie. So yeah, so thank you, Tat. Welcome. We are growing, glowing and growing. Look at us. You can head on over there to Flourish of the Gods and hit that subscribe button. Try my boy. He's on the road to 4K. He's on the road to 4K. Trust me, you will not regret it. And let me play the Flesh of the Gods soundbite over here.
Humans weren't meant to perceive things like this.
And so yeah. So make sure you head over there to Flesh of the Gods. I'm sure they'll drop the channel in the chat right now. We have Sustain Overrule. We got Queen Slime Cat, the Queen Slime Cat Not Williams herself. All those links are being repeatedly dropped in the chat. Make sure you subscribe when you get a chance to. Let's see, are we missing it? Did I miss anybody? No one. Sub up to no one. No one. Drop your own link in the chat. He has some fire music over there. Yes, I got to get no one. An emoji, and then we got Tech Clouds on the IG. Follow her over there, but they're gonna drop her link down there for IG and laugh. Always have fun. I'm gonna see what you got going on IG. Laugh, but all right. Drop it in the chat, and for great content, follow. I appreciate you, Creole, for not your kind words. We're always trying to bring awareness, on this channel and on the other channels that I support. Some of the channels Mookie Mookie saw. If you want the real Mookie Mookie he's in a whole different. He does something totally different over there. Sub up to Mookie Mookie late night bacon. We'll give you late night bacon with Mookie Mookie. Drop Mookie Mookie's link in the chat, y'all. All right, we back.
Tent setup. Do you see those depicted in 8AA for the record?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe what was the purpose of that tent?
The tent, you'll see it in your right-hand screen, and you can actually see my crime scene van in front of the tent. They've set the tents up for decontamination for the patrol officers. It was also our emergency area.
Yes, he can.
We had medical personnel.
No one, he can drop his own link.
Or where they could actually get hydrated and things like that, because they didn't allow food or drink onto the hill.
And was that just another viewpoint of the trail cam that was set up? It states 8cc.
Yes, ma'am. This is approximate view that the camera for the trail cam would show. I got as close as I could to show you the direction that the trail cam was actually pointing.
Now, ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked in as State's Evidence 9 is a composite of photographs from the Otis Road landfill day 9. Was that January the 28th, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, the passage of days, was that where a weekend had been in between?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you now State's Evidence 9A. Do we see that trail cam as well in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am. It's in approximately the center of your screen. I've circled in red. That's the pole that we had placed the trail cam on.
Again, is that on top of the actual hill of the debris?
Yes, ma'am. It's just northwest of the search area on that top mountain. The trail cam was off to the side, so there wouldn't be any activity of us searching through the area, setting off that trail cam. It's off to the side.
Now, in States 9C, did Detective King come back out with his canine?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
I'm sorry, that was on January 28th. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
And then in 9D, do we see as well Detective King 2 and his dog?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in States 9F, can you please describe?
In this photograph, you can see several buzzards in the sky.
States 9G. Now it's moving on to the end of the day drone photographs. Showing you States 9N. Is this a depiction again at the end of the day of the indentation of the area that's being sifted by JSO?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you memorialize how much tonnage had been sifted on January the 28th, 2019 by JSO?
Yes, ma'am. Approximately 325 tons of trash.
And then also, based upon putting that trail cam up, did you go back, because we have a different date here, which is January the 26th. Did you go back and look if it had captured any data from the weekend?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you memorialize those pictures as well? I mean, keep those pictures as well?
Yes, ma'am. I believe this was the weekend, and I received a phone call from Officer Bejeda, and he had said that he had seen some of the buzzards flying. I was still working my regular shift, not at the landfill, but my regular shift, and I drove up to the landfill and downloaded the trail cam photos to see what he had seen.
So in States 9F, could you circle where you see a buzzard?
Approximately center right of your screen, there's you can see the wings of the buzzard.
Now, on this actual photograph, we see 1/26/29. I think that is part of the year, and then you see a time frame. Is that approximately when it occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Because that maybe looks more like an 8. Would that have just been off year for the
Yes,
year?
It wasn't my trail cam, and I don't know how to operate them to verify the date and time on it.
Y'all were there in 2019?
Yes, ma'am, definitely 2019.
Yes, ma'am. Now, in States Evidence 9T,
In this photograph, you can see the debris pile, and you can also see the buzzard. And then here's our debris pile. We see the arrows pointing to where the search area that we had been searching.
so based upon States 9T, the buzzard is flying right over the debris pile.
Yes, ma'am. In the same general area of the debris piles where the buzzards were.
Next, I'm showing you, man, States Composite Evidence 10. Was a 10th, and it's involving photographs from the 10th day at the landfill. Would that have been January the 29th, 2019?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Next, I'm showing you States Evidence 10C. Did Detective King come back out as well to the landfill?
Yes, ma'am.
And do we see him depicted in States Evidence 10C?
In approximately the center of your screen, you see Detective King and his canine right at the top of where the debris pile would start going in, where the excavator would start going into the debris. He's starting his search. We tried to do it first thing in the morning before it was all stirred up. The officers in the excavator, we had him go out.
As well as States Evidence 10D, do we see his canine?
Yes, ma'am. We had already laid out several piles, and the canine had gone and searched, or however the canine searches, each pile before anybody else searched it. He walked around and sniffed some of the piles.
Again, do we see that articulated in States 10E regarding the canine?
Yes, ma'am.
In States 10F? And then it's kind of difficult with the sun, but in States 10G?
Yes, ma'am.
Now,
What?
so we're going to hear from Detective King later regarding, actions by his dog. But based upon some information provided by Detective King, was there areas of concentration that was also looked into regarding that debris pile?
Yes, ma'am.
Next, at the end of day 10, I want to show you states 10T. Does this depict an overall view of what you've been describing to the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does this photograph indicate the different piles that JSO officers would sift through?
Yes, ma'am. We had laid out smaller piles for everybody to search instead of one big pile. It was smaller piles. That way, if we had, depending on how many officers we had out there to do the sifting, we could have, 3 or 4 here, 3 or 4 at the next one, 3 or 4 at the next one. Instead of everybody working on one, we could separate them and get through the piles.
1 second. And then in states evidence 10Q, is this an indication then of the status of that certain area of debris that was coming from
Okay,
states
stop.
evidence 10Q?
Yes, ma'am.
And approximately how much tonnage had JSO worked through on January 29th, day 10?
410 tons of debris.
Next, I'm showing you states composite 11 and involves photographs from day 11 from the landfill. Was that approximately January the 30th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, looking at states 11B, what are we looking at?
Some of the piles that have already been searched, they were piling them up on the edge before they had pushed them over to the other side of the hill.
And again, can we still see the trail cam in states 11C?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in looking at 11D, is this a closer viewpoint of how much feet now has been sifted through?
Yes, ma'am. You can see the crater and you can see the crater walls. I'm standing on the top of one of the sides of the crater. Excuse me. And you're looking down
She
into
is.
the crater. You can see that it's rather deep.
And it's just another photograph of showing
Cadaver doors, yeah, they should.
obviously gone through in that particular area, 11F.
Yes, ma'am.
And was that another K9 that came out as well, Alicia Bates in states 11G?
Yes, ma'am. She also came out with her dogs and also did the same search as Detective King. The more searching to find our victim, the better.
This is a closer view of Alicia Bates and her K9 in the states 11H.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, in states 11I, a little bit further viewpoint of where she was taking her dog.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, in states 11A, we see Alicia Bates and her K9.
Yes, in this photograph, she's actually on the outer area of the crater, and she's still searching around the crater and then in the crater. So their concentration wasn't just in the bottom of the crater where we had already pulled debris from. They also searched on the outer rims and to see if the dog had hit.
Again, 11K, do we see Alicia Bates K9?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, and in states 11L, can you describe what we're looking at?
In this photograph, you're seeing some Victoria's Secret bras and panties.
And were these found there at the landfill?
Yes, ma'am. And one of the debris piles that were brought up from where you see that crater is the excavator was bringing it out. This was actually located by one of our search members in one of the debris piles.
And were all of these items found together?
Yes, ma'am, these were, yes.
These particular ones?
Yes.
And do you take various photographs in LM, LN, LO, before then moving on to look at each particular item?
Yes, ma'am.
Now in states, and did you collect all these items and package them and take them to the property room?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And that included the one that we saw in LP?
Yes, ma'am.
And then LQ, would that be the same pair of underwear?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you also indicate, if you could, the size of each item?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, for 11S, 11T, 11U, and were all these items part of Victoria's Secret?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
Again, 11B indicating size, 11W, 11X, 11Y. Was that associated with another pink in color Victoria's Secret bra?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And then it states 11Z, AA, 11BB, 11CC. Was that involving a black bra that was indicated to be a Victoria's Secret brand?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this another black bra and part of that pile? And states 11DD, 11EE, 11FF.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I thought that was it. Again, was that indication of being a black Victoria's Secret bra?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Next in states 11GG, 11HH. Was that also another pink color informed Victoria's Secret bra?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Now in states 11II, in a different area of sifting was another bra found.
Yes, ma'am.
And do we see here in states 11II the actual bra being a part of that area first?
Yes, ma'am, about in the center of the debris search pile. You can see the leopard print bra.
And was this bra also collected?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's also in states 11JJ, 11LL. It is part of all of that leopard print. And was that a Victoria's Secret brand bra?
Yes, ma'am, it was. It was the pink collection.
Now in states 11MM, do you recognize that individual?
Yes, ma'am. That is me at the top of the debris pile.
And what was the purpose at this time for being by the debris pile?
Kind of show you distance and size. I'm 5 foot tall in boots, and you can see the crater versus my size.
So is it fair to say that the depth now is greater than 5 feet?
It was a lot greater than 5 feet.
Now in states 11RR, is this again at the end of the day indication of how deep that area is now that debris has been taken?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And again at the end of a day 11,
I've been working.
was it memorialized how much
Getting
tonnage
myself together,
had been
cleaning my house
sifted
up.
through?
Yes, ma'am. Approximately 210 tons of trash.
Again, just real quick, is that again just an indication in states 11TT how big now this area has become that has been collected?
Yes, ma'am. You can still see me in the upper right-hand corner that I'm circling, and then you can see a detective and a canine handler at the bottom. Kind of gives you an indication how deep, where I'm drawing the arrows, we have been searching. And that before, if you remember from the first day, it was flat debris trash, and now we have dug a large crater.
Now I'm showing you states evidence 12 composite. They are photographs of the landfill search day 12. January the 31st, 2019, accurate date for day 12.
Yes, ma'am.
And states 12A is again this showing a pile of rubbish, I guess to say, that's already been sifted by JSO.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, in states 12B, is that an indication again of how deep that crater had become?
Yes, ma'am. Those excavators are very large, and you can see how deep he's having to go in. He's on the upper wall, and he's digging into the wall, making it larger towards where our search area is. So he was starting to dig and bring further and further towards our debris pile. So we're just making the hole as large as possible.
Now, at the end of the day, in States 11K, to memorialize how it appeared regarding that crater becoming larger as you had just indicated.
Yes, ma'am. If you look, I'm drawing a square pretty much around, almost a square, around the area that you can see where it's become a crater versus that first day when it was more of a flat surface.
And did you memorialize how much tonnage had been sifted through on day 12, January 31st, 2019?
Approximately 250 tons of trash.
Again, in States 11L is just, I think, approximately indicating about 8 areas of debris piles.
Yes, ma'am.
We can see one team that's up there going through a specific area of a debris pile. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am. We always started closer to the pile and would work our way all the way towards the east. So they would start here where I've drawn an X and work their way in this direction. So once they finished that first one, we would move that out of the way and we'd move to the next one, and we would constantly have a rotation of debris piles added and deleted.
Again, in States 11N and 11O is just a closer viewpoint of the setup of how officers would arrive, where officers would take breaks, that type of thing that we talked about earlier.
Yes, ma'am. That's where they would have lunch, get hydrated, and medical was right there.
And also, do we see in States 11N, you had talked about four-wheelers?
Yes, ma'am. Those are the two four-wheelers that would bring people and equipment up and down the mountain per se.
Showing you next States evidence 13 composites from landfill day 13. Would that have been on February the 1st, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Now in States 13C is just showing an angle of the depth of that crater now that has enlarged.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just going to kind of go straight to the end of the day in States 13J. Again, end of day, bless you. At the end of the day on States 13J, is this again just to memorialize how that crater looked at the end of day 13?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you memorialize how much tonnage had been sifted through on day 13, which was February the 1st?
Approximately 190 tons.
Next, I'm showing you States evidence 14 composite. It's photographs of the search at Otis Road landfill in day 14. And is February the 4th, 2019 the correct date for day 14?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And had another weekend passed since coming to this date?
Yes, ma'am.
Now in States evidence 14F, 14G, and then 14H was another item of interest found.
Yes, ma'am. In that pile, you can see the detective looking down at the ground, and that is another pair of panties.
And closer view in States 14I, and then again for packaging purposes in 14J.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to determine what brand these panties were?
Victoria's Secret.
And again, is that just indicating so in 14K?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we don't see any pictures, but we see a picture then of a pink bra and states 14L. Can you kind of tell us how we got to this point?
I actually found it and didn't take the overall photograph. I collected it and took it back to my van and did the close-ups.
And that would be then 14L, 14M. And did it indicate what brand it was?
It is Victoria's Secrets.
Now, can you describe what we're looking at in states 14N?
In this photograph, you can actually see my van to the left, the front passenger side front corner. And then I'm at the bottom of the debris search area, and you can see the width and how much debris we had gone through by this day.
Now, in states starting in 14R, now in 14S, start off with the overall view, was some more items found that had the brand Victoria's Secret.
Yes, ma'am. Members of the search team had located additional Victoria's Secret bras in one of the search debris piles.
Did that include, looks like a khaki type color bra in 14T?
Yes, ma'am.
14U, a red lace bra, and then another khaki style bra in 14W, and then another khaki style bra in 14Y. Were those all the items found together?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, my question was wrong. Were they found together?
Yes, ma'am. They're found in the same area together in one of the debris piles that were brought up from that crater area.
And did you package them and collect them and preserve them in the JSO property room?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Now, in states 14BB, leading up then to 14CC, was another item of potential interest discovered.
Yes, ma'am. In that photograph, if you remember the longer range photo, you can see two detectives looking at the ground. That's a lot of times what they did when they found something. They would stand over it, and then I would come up, because I might not have been right there at the time. Because while they were doing the searching, I was still going down in the debris hole looking for potential evidence before it was brought up too. So sometimes they would have to wait till I could get up there to do the photography. So that's, in this photograph, you see the bra approximately in the center of your screen, which I'm circling, and you can see the detective's feet in the photograph.
A closer view then of that bra in states 14DD, and then in states 14EE, did you turn the bra over?
Yes, ma'am. That's the interior side of the bra.
Now, was the full bra found?
No.
Was it just one side of it?
Yes, it would have been one cup of the bra.
And was it Victoria's Secret brand?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Again, in states 14FF, is that just indicating, again, the brand and the size?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at the end of day 14 in states 14LL, again, is this just a indication of how the debris pile looked and the depth of it at the end of that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And to memorialize how much tonnage was sifted by JSO personnel on the end of day 14?
Approximately 309 tons.
Next, I'm showing you states composite 15 for record purposes. It's a composite of photographs from landfill day 15. Is February the 5th, 2019 an accurate date for day 15?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, we obviously jumped from 15E then to 15F with some other bras found as well on this particular day.
Yes, ma'am.
And are we looking at one of those, it looks like a lighter color, maybe khaki or a light pink color in states F15F?
Yes, ma'am.
And in states 15G, did it also indicate it was Victoria's Secret brand?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in states 15H, did you also find, it looks like maybe a hot pink color bra?
Yes, ma'am.
And it says pink, is that a form of Victoria's Secret brand and states 15I?
Yes, ma'am. Pink is a collection of Victoria's Secrets, the pink collection.
Now, at the end of day 15, it states 15Q. Does this kind of indicate now that that crater has actually expanded and
Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I don't. Did I turn? Yeah, I'm sorry, y'all.
as well?
Yes, ma'am. We started our narrow search, and then once we had a crater, we started expanding it in an outwardly direction, more of a square as you can get on a debris pile, and with an excavator, and it got larger and larger and larger as the days went by.
And then at the end of day 14, end of day 15, February the 5th, did you memorialize how much tonnage JSO personnel had sifted through?
Approximately 230 tons of trash.
Moving on, I know it's been a lot of days here. Our last day at the landfill, in state's evidence 16, it's a composite photographs from the landfill search. Was that date February the 6th, 2019?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Now, in state 16G, what was the purpose of this photograph?
In this photograph, I was called over to one of the debris search piles by two homicide detectives. I'm putting an arrow above their head. It's two homicide detectives, and to the right and left of them is the search crew. One of the detectives is holding a book in his hands that they had found. And
is that Detective Bidlick?
Detective Bidlick, and they were walking towards me to bring it to me.
And then the female, is that Detective Dishman?
And Detective Dishman, yes, ma'am.
Were they part of the homicide team that had been assigned this particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this, in states evidence 16H, is this the item that Detective Bidlick was holding in the previous photograph?
Yes, ma'am. It's an Ethan Frome book from a library.
And was there indication in state 16I, and then of course upon your review of it, of a particular place that it came from?
That it came from Terry Parker High School.
Did you collect that book like all the other items that we have discussed?
Yes, ma'am.
And in state 16J, is this the opposite side of that book?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Next, in state 16K, as we, of course, don't have an indication at the exact location, was this also a bra that was found at the landfill?
Yes, ma'am. A lot of times when I was doing my photography of some individual items, detectives were just bringing me items, so sometimes things will be, you won't see that overall view like I would have liked it. So sometimes it was brought directly to me, and I would just photograph it to memorialize it. It's not a great photo. It was kind of blurry. I apologize to the jury for that.
And then in state 16L, and what brand was it?
It was a Victoria's Secret from the pink collection.
And did you collect that bra as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at the end of the last day, is that just, again, is that a picture of you in state 16B of where your van was located?
Yes, ma'am. It's me walking away from I mentioned earlier that I worked out of the side of my van, and that's me walking away from the side doors of my van.
Now in state 16Q, is this the area, you said you were trying to do like a square indication of how it looked at the end of day 16.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you memorialize how much tonnage had gone through on day 16?
Approximately 300 tons of debris.
So in just a review of the 16 days that JSO was at the landfill, there were items of Ace Pick-Apart that were found, the paperwork?
Yes, ma'am.
There was multiple items from Victoria's Secret, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a Terry Parker book.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think at some point it wasn't an indication on photograph, was there some bones found that ended up being animals?
Yes, ma'am. Several animal bones were found, and just for verification, I looked at them, but then they were taken to our medical examiner by detectives for verification that they were animal bones and not human bones. In these debris piles, there was not a lot of clothing. There was not a lot of things like that. It was construction trash. We did find, the clothing that you've obviously seen on the photographs, but we didn't find any other items of clothing. We found these bras with these panties.
So just to be clear, you weren't seeing, obviously in the photographs, indicate exactly what was there, obviously, but what you mean is you're not seeing like thrown away pants or shorts or tank tops, that type of thing?
No, ma'am, we were not seeing that.
Just the Victoria's Secret items?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I think it's an obvious question, though. Was there any remains found of IS?
No, there was not.
And did JSO have to end the search on day 16?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that based upon how much personnel and time had to be dedicated to each day?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
So at some point, JSO had to call off the search?
Yes, ma'am.
Because just to be clear, there would have been more areas to have searched. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am. We could have searched the entire landfill that trash had been dumped over the months and months and months. Our search was in the area that the landfill records had said that those dumpsters from Ace Pull Apart would have gone. We went in that area, and then we went beyond on the outside. If we could have, we would have kept searching, but everything comes to an end.
At some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, ma'am, did you also, I know we had indicated earlier you went to some other locations. Now, did you also go to Ace Pick-A-Part?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And where is Ace Pick-A-Part located?
Ace Pick-A-Part is located up on the north side of Jacksonville off of Main Street.
I'm just going to show you a couple photographs. Not many. You to let us know if you recognize, and I'm showing you what's been marked as a composite, states 20. Do you recognize states 20A?
Yes, ma'am. On the bottom portion of your screen, that is actually Main Street. Where the car is, that is the southbound lane of Main Street. And the Ace Pull Apart is on the west side of Main Street.
And is Ace Pick-A-Part at 921 North Main Street?
Yes, ma'am.
Here in Duval County, Florida?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did detectives also, and we'll hear from K9 King later, the K9 was brought to Ace Pick-A-Part?
Yes, ma'am.
And did the dog hit or alert on some different vehicles at that location?
Yes, ma'am. I was advised by homicide detectives that they had already searched it prior to calling for me. So they brought me to the areas that the dog had a hit on, and that's when I did a more extensive search on that vehicle or area.
And after being at Ace Pick-A-Part, were you also then asked to take some photographs of a red Chrysler Town and Country minivan?
Yes, ma'am.
Ooh. Sorry, Mookie. I yawned. Sorry.
Now, were you asked to photograph this van because it had been previously owned by the defendant Jonathan Quiles in this case?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And I'm showing you State's Evidence 21, just for record purposes, are photographs of the red van. It's a composite. Now, before we talk about composite 21, However, did you go to a different location regarding this van?
Yes, ma'am.
And what location was that?
Referring back to my report to get the correct numerical, it was 1734 Hiram Street.
And that's not where the defendant had lived at the time?
No, ma'am, that is the residence of the person who bought the vehicle.
Yeah, see, you done sold it.
In State's Evidence 21A, is this a photograph of how you viewed the van when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am, it was backed into the fenced-in yard of the residence.
Then State's 21B, and I'm just going to go through these, I'll stop at one or two, but did you take overall photographs of the van?
Yes, ma'am, I took overall photographs of the van, all four sides, and into the interior.
Again, in State's 21C, are we looking at the driver's side?
That's the driver's side of the minivan with the rear slide, or the rear slide open.
And then are we looking at the back of the van in State's 21D?
Yes, ma'am.
And then are we looking at the passenger side in State's 21E?
Yes, ma'am.
Now that you said you had taken some interior photographs as well in 21F?
Yes, ma'am, this is overall photographs of the driver's compartment.
And then as well, is this the passenger area of interior purposes in 21G?
Yes, ma'am, that would be the center where the center seats of the minivan are.
Now, regarding the interior aspect of the minivan, did you test any particular areas of interest?
Yes, ma'am. Inside the vehicle, there were several brown stains, and I tested those using that same hemodent test kit that you saw at the landfill, and none of those stains tested positive for blood proteins.
And again, in States 21H, is this then the rear with the hatch open?
Yes, ma'am. That's the rear cargo hatch area.
And again, is this some of the, in States 21I, some of the brownish stainings that you had talked about testing?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, in States 21J, an interior view. 21K, again, you're just doing a 360 around the van. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
And there were not any items within the van in relation to the defendant, was there?
None that I could find, no, ma'am.
Or IS, is that fair to say? I just have one moment, Your Honor.
They got all the links up there.
Mr. Davis, they'll get you a microphone as well.
It's cross, I think.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
All right. So, if you don't mind, we're going to start off with you were called out to the Otis landfill, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were there approximately 16 days as you testified to, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were there from 5 a.m. until that, sometime between 6 and 7 p.m. every day.
Yes, sir. It just depended on when we shut down for the day.
Okay. Now, were you limited by the weather because of the rain and that, or did you guys work through it, rain or shine?
When it was raining, we would go to those tents, or if it was a harder rain, they would take them down to where their vehicles were, and we would sit in our vehicles. But I remained in the area.
Okay. Now, over there in the Otis landfill area, just to be clear, the area you guys were searching is where you were told that Ace Pick Apart had been dumping in that area, at least as according to the records.
Ace Pick Apart didn't do the dumping. That was where it was brought, and that's where Ace Pick Apart's dumpsters were dumped.
Okay. Now, are you aware, or were you aware, that Otis, as you said, that does construction, commercial business, all of that kind of stuff, right?
Correct, sir.
Okay. You're aware that the malls also dump there?
It's construction, building materials, and things like that. That's all I knew.
Okay.
I don't know the specifics of where they collect their dumpsters from, but it's not from a house, from your household trash. It'd be more like your bulk trash that you would put outside, per se.
Okay. Commercial businesses, though?
Correct, sir.
Okay, so malls?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Specifically, the Avenues Mall, right?
I would not know that, sir, but that is a mall, and it is,
Okay. Town Center?
it's a mall.
Okay. And up on the north end at the Rivertown Mall, correct?
Yeah, they are malls.
Okay. Were you or are you aware that Duval County Schools for the bulk trash also goes to Otisville landfill?
No, sir. All I know is that Otisville landfill takes stuff from construction-type materials and things like that. I don't know specific areas. You would have to talk to the employees of Otisville landfill to tell you where these other items are coming from. That is not in my purview.
Okay, so you wouldn't have any knowledge that Goodwill also dumps there or anything like that either?
Well, if Goodwill dumped there, there wasn't a lot of clothing like you would find at Goodwill. We did not have that. We had mostly construction-type materials. We had Amazon packages in large rolls that it almost seems like they went on forever, that where it would spew it off like you would get a package from Amazon. We did not have the large amount of clothes like you would normally find at the Goodwill.
Okay. But again, you were only focused on one specific area. You didn't search the entire area where other businesses like Goodwill or anything like that could have, their trash could have been unloaded at, correct?
Correct. We focused our attention on the area that Otisville landfill employees and their records said that the dumpsters from that time frame of our search came from the ACE pull-apart. That's where they dumped that trash, and that's where our concentration of our search was. Our search was not anything that came from a Beaches Mall or a Regency Square Mall or the Avenues Mall. Our search was stuff from the area of Ace Pull-Apart. That was where we had narrowed our search to, not other businesses that had dumped trash.
Okay. But you don't know if, by pure fluke, that some of the trash from these other businesses could have gotten mixed in there, or a dumpster was dumped over there and the records weren't accurate. You don't know that, do you?
I don't know that. I wasn't there when it was dumped. All I can say is the items that we did find, we did not find an abundance of clothing. The only clothing that we found was Victoria's Secrets. And I wasn't finding blue jeans and tank tops and dresses and things like that. We were finding the bras and the panties and the one book. That's what we were finding. We weren't finding other items, and that's why our concentration was on that general area.
Okay. And you specifically mentioned the Ace Pick-Apart receipt that you photographed. There were several of them, but those were blank receipts, correct?
There was paperwork from Ace Pull-Apart. It would be, I would assume, where they start their record keeping from Ace Pull-Apart. That was actual paperwork from the company that owns Ace Pull-Apart. It came from their company. It didn't come from the Avenues, because the Avenues is not Ace Pull-Apart. It came from Ace Pull-Apart with the address on Main Street.
Understood. But again, you don't know if it came specifically from Ace Pick-Apart. All you know is that is a receipt from Ace Pick-Apart, correct?
It was a blank paperwork with the address on Main Street, which was where our concentration started from.
Right. But again, you don't know if it specifically came from Ace Pick-Apart and their dumpster, correct?
As I'm saying, it is paperwork from that business on Main Street.
Okay. Now, cadaver dogs, you had more than one dog out there, correct?
Yes, there were several that came out to assist in our search.
And going throughout that search area, the dogs did hit several times, correct?
Correct.
And there was nothing found, correct?
Correct. Also, when decomposition of a mattress, you saw several mattresses and rugs, it can give the odor to animals because you think our skin cells are on those mattresses, and so there was some, and that's some of the areas that they hit on that had mattresses on it. I'm not a canine handler, never was a canine handler. That's just what I was giving from other detectives that are canine handlers. So that's how I was able to get that information, that kind of information. And anytime that we've ever used the searching, I've received the same information from every detective about what they can and cannot hit on.
Okay. Now, you stated that there was buzzards and stuff like that out there, right?
There were buzzards flying over the debris pile.
Were there also vultures?
It looked like a buzzard to me. I'm not a bird person either. It was a bird that was flying over the debris pile.
So whatever it was, you just took a picture of it because they had advised you it wasn't normal for them to be there.
It was that correct, sir. It wasn't a seagull from the beach. It wasn't a parrot or anything like that. It was a larger winged animal. It wasn't like an eagle with the large wings. It was like a buzzard that you see on the side of the road eating roadkill.
And you stated that throughout the course of the search, there were several bones and things found, but it was not human, correct?
Yes, it didn't appear human to me, and they took the bones to the medical examiner, and the medical examiner determined that they were not human.
Okay. And you tested several areas that had red stains and things of that nature was evidence to.
So I just wanted to provide an update. We're gonna listen to this till about 5:30, and then I'm gonna have to hop off here. I'm gonna be ready to go over to Sustained Overruled at 8:30. So I have some things to take care of. So we're gonna do it like that, like so, and then there will be a thumbnail I'm trying to think of. So Flesh is not going live tomorrow. Oh, no, so Flesh is not going live tomorrow, and like I said, I have jury duty in the morning. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. So more than likely, it's gonna be in the evening. If I go live, but let me. I want to check. I'm gonna check the what do you call that? Jury duty line to see what's going on. But we're gonna listen to this to about 5:30. And Creole Fountain, I will look into seeing. I don't think that those are. I mean, I don't think that those are. Um, I don't think that those are. And I hope that they aren't. Oh wow, Ziyah Harris's remains. Sorry, I'm a little tired. I don't think they are her remains, but I will look into it. I just don't report fake news, and so I'll look into it. And if I find something out, I'll definitely, come back and let you know, or drop a video. But I don't think that that's going to be her remains. So I don't, and I think it's very disingenuous, and I do think that it's also um saddening and sickening that people will report that if they don't have any clear um, proof that those are her remains, because the same this was already reported, a while ago. It's not like it's just reported today. So I haven't heard anything about them finding her remains as of yet. The body is still missing, as we know of right now. So if you saw the family begging for Jarvis to tell them where the body is at, he's going to trial. So I doubt if he told them anything yet, because he hasn't confessed to committing the crime. So like I said, we're gonna listen to about 5:30, and then I'm gonna hop off of here. I have something to get 2, and I think some things to do to get ready. So I want to be on the live for sustained overruled tonight. I mean, it should be quite entertaining. I'm sure she has a lot to say about today. So okay, here we go.
The photo slideshow, correct?
You talking about the plastic?
The plastic, there was other areas that were tested as well, correct?
I believe at the dump, it was only the plastic, correct?
That one?
It was the only thing that had a brownish red stain that could have been possibly looking like blood.
Okay.
The other one was in the Chrysler.
Okay, but, so in 16 days, there was only one spot that you came across that may have looked like blood, and when you tested it, it was not, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then, in going through all of this, you found a book from Terry Parker High School, but you don't know what dumpster area that came from either, do you?
I don't know what dumpster it came from. I can tell you it was in our area of interest search in the same general area where you saw that crater. It came from the area that the Otisville landfill employees had said that is the areas that was dumped from Ace Pull Apart, and it was from that general cratered area that you saw. One thing you asked about the other blood. Do you think that the items that in this debris pile was compacted? Those bulldozers and front end rollers would roll it to compact it even further. We also had rain and other weather objects, and then we had dirt and sand and other debris put on top of each layer of debris. So we didn't have a lot of red stains and blood stains that we could see in the debris and dirt and garbage.
Okay. Now, when you were there at the landfill, did you just photograph anything that had Victoria's Secret on it, specifically because that's what you were advised to do?
We collected any clothing that we did find.
Any clothing at all?
Yes.
Okay, but you testified that you found blue jeans at a couple.
I said we did not find blue jeans.
Not at all.
No.
Okay. And you found no other clothing other than those that you photographed of the Victoria's Secret bras?
That I can recall. That's all that we collected.
Okay. And
What if he put her in a different dumpster?
when you guys were out there with the canines, you showed several different pictures showing size and relation, like you standing off to the side and the detectives down at the bottom. I mean, by the time you guys were done, you guys had gone through a good 30 to 40 feet of trash. I mean, this was a big crater that you guys had created looking in this area, right?
It was a large crater. The final total was 5,529 tons of trash. So 5,500 tons of trash.
Okay. And through all of that, no sign of Iyana, correct?
No, we did not find our victim's body. No, ma'am. No, sir. Apologize.
No, that's fine. And you found
Miss Brown.
blood.
No, sir. No, sir, we did not.
No trace of anything remotely related to anything that could have been contributed to a crime scene, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. In addition to that, after you left the landfill, you go to Ace Pick Apart at the direction of Detective Adams, correct?
Actually, I was at Ace Pick Apart before we did the landfill.
Okay, well, I'm just going in the order of the presentation, forgive me. So you went to Ace Pick Apart at the direction of Detective Adams.
Correct.
All right. When you went to the Ace Pick Apart, what date were you there?
If I can refer back to my report. On 1/8/2019.
Okay, so you went there actually about a week and a half, almost 2 weeks before you went to the Otis landfill.
Yes, sir. On the 8th of January. Yes, sir.
Okay. When you went there, you guys searched, or the detectives had searched along with cadaver dogs at Ace Pick-a-Part too, correct?
From what I was told, I was not there during their search, so I can't testify to what they did prior to my arrival.
Okay. There were several vehicles that K-9s had alerted to and things of that nature, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, these vehicles, you don't know if they were involved in fatal traffic crashes or injury traffic crashes or anything like that, do you?
No, sir. It's a vehicle junkyard.
Okay. So, to the best of your knowledge, all you know is the K-9 alerted to it, and you went there to photograph or catalog it, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Did you do any DNA swabs there?
Yes.
Out of any of those DNA swabs, did any of those swabs come back to IS?
I don't know. I don't do, all I do is the collection and preservation. Any other stuff would have gone to the lab and it's sent by the homicide detectives. Our agency keeps the crime scene detective one step removed from actually sending stuff to the lab. Our specific job is the collection and preservation of the evidence, searching, preservation, and collection of the evidence. The detectives are the ones that determine what goes to the lab. We're just there for the documentation and the preservation of the said items. So I don't know. All I can tell you is the items, the brownish red stains in the red vehicle that I searched did come back positive for blood proteins, and it gave that bluish color on those hemodents, like I talked about earlier, that where it came back red, that these actually came back the blue, so it did have a positive reaction to the brownish red stains that were on the seat and the tissue, I believe.
Okay. And you collected and preserved that, correct?
Yes, sir, along with a blue glove,
Okay.
rubber glove.
All right. Now, all that was done on just the one date at Ace Pick-a-Part, correct?
The one day that they called me out.
You didn't go back there on any other days?
I wasn't called back out there, no, sir.
Okay. What date did you go and photograph the red Town and Country van?
Referring back to my report for clarification for my memory. That was on 12/30/2018. 12/30/2018.
Okay. So approximately a week and a half
Hold
after
on.
IS had gone missing?
I don't know when she was gone missing.
Okay, fair enough. And when you went out to where the vehicle was, you specifically went through, you found no evidence of blood, correct?
Not in that vehicle, no, sir.
Okay. Did you find any evidence at all at the direction of the detective or anyone? Did you find any evidence at all related to this case other than being asked to photograph that red van?
I photographed, searched the vehicle, smelled the carpet, smelled the seats for any signs of decomposition odor, blood odor. To me, it just smelled like motor oil, dirt, and mildew. So no.
Man, 1 second, please, Your Honor.
I can't redirect Kayla. You gotta ask her to add you to the redirect list. So yeah.
The blue GMC Envoy that you photographed.
Oh, let me.
Forgive me, I confused her with a different, no further questions, Your Honor.
Detective, good to see you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, she may be right on
Time
time.
of the jury is 12:31. We'll take a lunch break. I'll see you guys back at 1:30.
All right, y'all. So, Kayla, I can't direct to Kayla's live because, yeah, she has to give you permission. Some people have it set where they have to give you permission to redirect to their live, so we can't redirect there. I don't know if you have any other suggestions. And then y'all can go over there from there. But yeah, I can't redirect to her because she got that part blocked. So, is he doubting her defense attorney? No, I just think they were a bunch of airheads. My opinion, my thoughts. He didn't do as much crossing as the defense attorney, but I think it's going to be, it's going to, you know, appeal some of you off when she questions the sister of Iyana and some of the other girls that got on this. She has a cousin that he tried it with, but she moved to a whole nother state. She got sick, like really, really sick. He starts snapping her, telling her to tell her father to bring her to Florida because he was going to take care of her, asking her was she, was she pure, like a whole bunch of stuff that's just, something that somebody would not ask a teenage child. But she had other interactions with him as well. The cousin did. So, yeah, he's a real weirdo. He's in there for what he should be in there for. He's slept with Ayana's sister one time. And everybody needs to keep in mind that these are teenagers, very impressionable, right? And because like some of the stuff you hear, it's kind of like I don't want, like she really, really came for the sister's neck. So you knew X, Y, and Z. And you didn't tell nobody. Well, she didn't think that her sister was going to be unalived. She tried to beg her not to go. If y'all saw the school security guard, she just was saying that they was arguing. She just didn't know what they were saying, but that's what they were arguing about. She didn't want her to go with him. And she told somebody else that she was going to be gone for 2 weeks. She told the friend she was going to only be gone for 2 weeks. So this fool was telling her we're gonna leave and start a life together, just me and you, and all this other kind of crazy nonsense. Yeah, you have women that can't even deal with that, right? So as a teenager, still, growing, hormones growing, mind not fully like developed, you have a grown man grooming you. And then, for some strange reason, a lot of young girls seem to still think, oh, he's a pretty boy. Oh, he want me. He interested in me. While his wife is pregnant, having she had a very hard pregnancy, but still working. And you sitting around the house, wait till you hear his ex-wife testify. You sitting here cooking for everybody else. Iyana say, I don't want that. You making special meals for Iyana. So she kind of now, and she's looking at it now like she's going back to think about what went on in the house. And she thought that he was just being hospitable and that was him because he seems like he's a nice dude, right? No, she pregnant. He want to feed her what she want while he's trying to convince her to get rid of this baby. But it was already a done deal. She wasn't. They named the baby. The baby name was Hazel. Yeah, he's a jerk. I don't know what's going on. Okay, so Flesh got a premiere coming up tomorrow at 9. Yeah, depending on what time I get home, I'll add a live. I'll try to make sure that it is before the premiere for Flash at 9. So I hope they don't have me out here in these I hope they don't have me out here in these court streets all day. So I'm gonna say about 4. I'm hoping they turn me right around. Can I attend from Zoom? That's what I want to know. So Flesh of the Gods does have a premiere tomorrow at 9. You guys need to get over there and subscribe and check him out. Um, I'm sure he got some hot coming out, and I don't see unless y'all have any thoughts, because Sustained is not going live until 8. And right now I'm not seeing anybody that I would redirect the live to, but as Child Diggy stated, Kayla Bumpus is live. She is. So you can go over there and check out her. I believe it's cooking with Kayla, is her and Shannon on her channel. So I mean, if you're interested in that, you can go type her in. She's attorney Kayla Bumpus here on YouTube, because Survivor Speaks not a hater. I like Kayla, so no problems here. So go on over there and you can just search her up and click the link if you're interested in that. And I don't see anybody else, and I don't see so we don't have any what is the other young lady's name? The oh gosh, my head, I'm gone. Um oh my gosh, that's something, y'all. I'm sorry, but that's where I'm at with it. Tired, on top of having the chemo fog brain, it is just not working out. All right, so let's get ready to wrap it on up. And it wouldn't be me if I didn't end the show by raising awareness that men can get breast cancer too. So because of the stigma associated with the word breast, so we've started using the term peck and or chest cancer. So let's continue to break the stigma and spread awareness. And to my ladies, please make sure to get your mammograms, fill up on your boobies, and make sure that you are all right. All right. And don't you dare let anyone come into your house and disturb the peace that passes all understanding. I'm thinking about doing a little giveaway. Maybe it will be during a live this week. I'll let you guys know. So I'm thinking about doing a giveaway. Um, yeah, I may gift my book to someone. I haven't done a giveaway in a while, but from uh for all of the new subscribers and joining the channel members, um I just want to celebrate and kind of give back. So maybe I'll just do a giveaway. I don't know. I will add it to the thumbnail or in the description when I decide what it is I want to do. I may do a book. I may do a candle. That's on another note. Could your girl survive? I got some other stuff. I make candles, body butter, all organic. I don't do any candles with dye in them. So I use organic soy candle wax. I haven't been cooking in the kitchen in a minute, but and then I make body butters. So but I just haven't been I haven't been you know advertising it. And I also make sprays that are pet friendly. My Maddie passed away. She used to, we would use the sprays on her. It's safe to use on humans as well, but I do not market it that way because um I don't want to do that. But it is pet friendly. So maybe one day I'll throw the commercial up. I haven't been yeah, have not been advertising, but I may. I just need to get back in the kitchen and do it and do it and do it. So yeah, so I will see you guys if you're going over to Sustained Overrule tonight, 8:30. Or I may hop into Kayla Bumpus live for just a second, but I'm going to be on the move while I'm doing it just to give feel like interviewing, So I'll see you. Can't redirect. Let me look and make sure. Try digging out in here saying redirect here. And I am just not here. I'm not looking over here. But yeah, okay. So yeah. So Kayla Bumpus is live. If you want to go on over there and check her out. But I'm going to be out. I got things to do so I can be over and sustained later. I want to hear what she has to say. She's awesome. Thank you guys for joining. Peace. Be safe out there. Protect your children.
Full cycle, I just might though just like a Michael. Mama gone now, I'm thinking death is not we entitled. And it was me versus me, them battles had to fight through. And when you way in the dark, them demons try to fight you. But you can't let them when you gotta see the damn light. Diabetes came from nowhere, messed up whole life. That's what I used to think, my mama helped me out. I got one dear in this guy to make proud, don't count me out. Let's get it started, rest in peace my mama, I don't wanna talk. Fresh fit, who that little nigga, fresh the way he walk. New drip, I'm that one dude creating all the sauce. News flip, you that one do the worker, not a boss. It's safe to say that after all this, I'm standing tall. It's safe to say that after all this, I'm still gon' ball. It's safe to say that